we go. I'm in that weird spot with the weather right now, where it's like cold, but not cold enough for me to like switch what I'm wearing now. Like I've started drinking more hot beverages and stuff, but like always in between. I put on a sweatshirt, I'm too hot. I take it off. So, how you
Yeah.
doing? How you doing today? How's the weather down there?
It's another beautiful day. It's finally starting to cool down in Florida. We're, hitting like low 50s at night, but then during the day it's right back up.
Yeah.
So I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I like this time of year. It's beautiful out. Like it's nice going outside with the dog and playing in the backyard and stuff. We went apple picking the other day, which was really nice.
Did you go to the same place that we went?
Yeah, we went back to the same place. That's our
Gotcha.
kind of go-to. Unfortunately, they had a frost earlier in this, I guess in the spring, and we didn't really check the website, so you couldn't do self-picking. You couldn't like walk down the rows and pick your own apples. So,
Oh, really?
yeah, instead they picked all the apples and put them in crates, and so you could just walk through the rows of crates and pick your apples from the crate.
Gotcha.
And then we went for a walk around the property. There's, like a little trail that you can walk around, and they have like little apple trivia signs and stuff. It was nice. It was a nice day. It was a nice walk, but it wasn't quite as good as when we went with you.
Yeah, no, that was a ton of fun. That's a beautiful spot too.
Yeah, it's very pretty. Yep.
Yeah, all the leaves were changing.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, well, the leaves are starting to change now, just a little bit. Up there, it was a little bit more. It was nice. It's one of the great things about New England is that the falls are so beautiful here.
It's freaking beautiful.
It is.
Yeah. I was genuinely when I was there, we were driving around like just the landscape is completely different. The Florida is so flat, you got all kinds of hills and stuff, and up there, like, it was incredible.
Yeah, it's
Much rather live there than Florida, I think.
Well, it depends on what you want. There are plenty of people who leave here to go there, right? There are plenty of people who are like, I'm tired of the winters. I want more of an eternal summer. I don't mind being inside when it's 105 degrees and I have the air conditioning going on. But I hate being inside and stuck inside when it's icy and freezing rain and snow.
Maybe when I'm 70, my bones are hurting from the cold. I think bring me back to Florida.
Well, one of the things I've done over my career is I've worked with a lot of students going to college. And when you're assessing, or you're like doing a college search and you're assessing colleges for a student, you ask a lot of questions. And one of the questions is, what kind of regions of the country are you interested in? What areas are, either too far from home or not far enough from home? Like some students don't want to go in state. They want to go at least one or two states over. Some students really want to get out of their locale. They want to go to California, or they want to go to Colorado, or they want to go to Florida, so there are locations that are popular. And it's funny too, because 17-year-olds don't know enough about the country. Like they haven't traveled enough in most cases, right? To have seen all those places. They just imagine it based on what they've seen on TV or on the internet, or maybe a friend who's gone to a school, who's a year ahead of them or something. And so sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes they get down there and they realize, oh, I'm in a completely different place. It doesn't feel right to me. Like I didn't know that this was what it was going to be. And other times, people are very, very happy to have moved out of the place where they came from. But that's a very common thing about New England, which always startles me. It's like some people love New England and want to go to the school in the Northeast. They want to stay in the Northeast, and other kids can't wait to leave. They're just like, I want to go somewhere warm. I want to go somewhere where, you don't have to wear sweatshirts 7 months out of the year.
Sounds like heaven to me.
Yeah, for me too. But anyway. All right, so that's enough about the weather, I guess.
That's one heck of a way to start.
That's a great introduction to our live stream here.
Going live.
Hey guys, let's talk about the weather. Yeah, Takeover Tuesday, and we'll do a meteorology Monday. Yeah. But there's a lot going on in the game right now, man. There is a ton of stuff coming out right now. We've gotten after almost 2 weeks of radio silence from Plarium. We've had an announcement every day for like the last 4 days.
Yeah.
And it feels like they've figured out their new strategy, at least temporarily. And they're going to come with it fast and furious. So, we got the announcement that we have a permanent mythical fusion entering the game. It should enter with this patch. And, we don't know when this patch is going to drop exactly, or I don't know. I don't know if anybody else does.
I believe I saw the 12th. I might be wrong on that, but
okay. So that would be Thursday, which is a typical day for patches. Often patches go up on Thursdays. But yeah, so we could get the Halloween champions, which there are a bunch. They're doing a haunted carnival style event this year. And then we're going to get the mythical permanent fusion. We'll have to see. I have decided not to review that. I mean, everybody's talking about it, right? And I already talked about the fact that it might be coming. And then they announced like the next day, like after I did my big long video, like 6 hours later, they were like, by the way, it's it's coming out this weekend. Okay, great. But I'm going to hold off on doing another video about that until I actually see the fusion requirements. I want to go in here to the portal. I want to look at the fusion tab and I want to see what it takes. I have no idea what to expect. Some people are talking about the fact that instead of a row of epics like Razin has, like you have to turn rares into epics, epics into Razin, that it's going to be epics into legendaries, legendaries into Razin. Or not Razin. that would be crazy. Epics into legendaries, legendaries
four
into
legendaries.
the mythic.
We want a Helicath, we want a new, and you're going to get a Razin, all right?
Right. So here's the thing. I don't see that happening. I don't see, I mean, I could be wrong. I think it would be a bad move to make a permanent fusion for a mythic contain legendary champions. Because first of all, everybody, we always get into this discussion about Razin. We talk about Razin and people are like, he's better value if you don't fuse him. Because then forever you have a path towards free epic champions that you can use during a champion chase. Right? So you just constantly, you keep Razin here forever. You don't use him as a champion. You just use him as a way to farm champion chase points. Now, my argument has always been, if you get Razin early enough in the game, say in the first 4 to 5 months, he's going to provide so much progression value for you, especially in Clan Boss, that he's worth fusing and losing the permanent fusion. However, if you're 8 or 9 months into the game, your roster's pretty fleshed out, and now he's not going to provide you with a lot of value when you finally get the opportunity to fuse him, you may as well just keep him as a permanent fusion. So I don't think the right answer is one or the other. I think it depends on the state of your account and the amount of progresses he is going to give you. When I got him on my main account, he went into my Clan Boss team and instantly got me from hard to brutal and took me all the way up to Ultra Nightmare eventually. He's got a weaken, he's got a drop defense, he can remove enemy buffs. And then I used him in all sorts of places. I used him in Doom Tower waves. He crushed in faction crypts. I got a ton of value out of this guy. And for 6 months, he was probably like a top 5 champion on my account, if not like a top 3 champion on my account. So
I can see that.
It was kind of like Cardiel and Razin and maybe like Seeker. And it's like those 3 champions were in every, well, I guess when I got Syl slotted in there. But he was just so powerful for my account. So when people are like, hey, it's horrible, don't fuse Razin, I'm like, whoa. Chill. It's not one or the other. It depends on your account. And I think for a lot of people, if you can get to him early, you can provide a lot of value. He's a very good champion. He's a progression champion. He's not an endgame champion, but he's a progression champion. He's a good one. Not quite as good as Scylla the Drakes, but he is, for a free champion that you can get everybody can get access to. He's good. So here's the thing about this, though. We were talking about the mythics. I got distracted by Razin. I don't think they're going to give us a potential permanent fusion path towards fusing legendaries. Like, what they would have to do here is give us 4 legendaries to fuse.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
You could just fuse 500 point CVC champions over and over and over again if you could get, the epics. Now, if it's epics into legendaries into the mythic, and you have no way to fuse the epics, and you just have to pull the epics from shards, then that potentially could be a very, very long path to the mythic. And most people might not want to take that length of time, and they'll just happily take the legendaries. So the only way to make that work, really, to entice people to go for the mythic, would be one, make the mythic really, really good, which she seems like she might be, and two, make the legendaries in the fusion really, really bad so that you don't want them. Or maybe make it 4 copies of the same legendary. So like you might fuse it once and then be like, I've got her once or whatever. Even if you fuse her 8 times, whatever, you fuse a legendary 8 times, you get 4 copies and power it all the way, and then use the other 4 copies for the mythic. But I still don't see that as likely. It just feels like they would be handing away too much. So I'm really curious to see the structure of the permanent fusion. I don't know why they couldn't just go like Razin, go rares into epics into the mythic. I don't see why that would be a problem. They already know the system works. Why invent a new system? Right? Maybe make it void epics. Or add some void rares to the mix so it's a little bit harder to collect all the champions, but that you can still do it in basically the same manner. Now, one of the complaints about Razin is that it's so variable when you get him, because you have to pull a lot of these champions from shards. Out of these 16 rares, there are only like 3 or something that are farmable, and all of the others have to be gotten from shards. So if you just get unlucky, like you could pull 15 of these champions and be sitting on the 16th for 10 months and not get it, and other people could pull these 4 epics directly and avoid the whole rare thing and just go right the way to the top. So I would hope that they would actually not just take this model and repeat it, but actually improve it a little bit. It would be really cool if all of the champions had some path to acquisition other than just the random, luck of shard pulls.
Well, here's an interesting thought that David in the chat said they can limit the number of times you can fuse. So what if, for like the scenario where they have legendaries, rather than saying, oh no, you can fuse these legendaries over and over, you get 1 fusion on them, or you get 2 fusions on them. So you get 1 copy to keep, 1 copy to fuse. Maybe something like that.
That would be
that might be interesting if they put that into where they limit the number of fusions before you even get to the mythic fusion.
Yeah, imagine if that is interesting. Imagine if you had a scenario where each legendary fusion was like a Razin fusion. It was a one-time deal. And as soon as you fused that legendary, it went away. Like the fusion went away. And now you can take those 3 or 4 or 5 legendary, however many, probably 4, right? Or 2, could be 2. Take those 2 legendaries or 4 legendaries and either keep them, and there you go. Those are your legendaries. Or you could take those legendaries and fuse them into the mythic one time, and you're sacrificing those 4 legendaries. I mean, again, it still feels unlikely. But I think that is a more interesting, potentially like better option, because some people might not want the mythic. You have to then go out and get mythic tomes. That might be unappealing to try to do that, like as a free-to-play player. And maybe 4 legendaries. If they do 4 legendaries, they might be more likely to do 2. But if they did 4 legendaries, the value of 4 legendaries to a new account might be really high. And then it also opens up one other possibility, which is you take these 4 legendaries, you use them for a year, and at the end of the year, you're like, I don't really need these anymore. And then you turn them into the mythic.
And then you fuse.
Now in that case, you're giving away all the books that you put in. Then you're giving away 40 legendary tomes. So that feels wasteful to me. But again, if it's only 2 legendaries, maybe that is more reasonable,
Well, I think another part to that is that I don't think they're going to make it easy enough to where that isn't going to happen anyways, unless you get really lucky, right? Like odds are you're going to be able to maybe fuse 1, maybe fuse 2 of them, like the lower versions, and then it's going to take potentially 8, 9, 10 months, a year plus to get the whole thing pulled together.
Potentially, yeah. I mean,
So,
if they copied the Razin fusion exactly, and they just made it rares, epics, mythic, and they just skipped the legendary thing, which they could do, right? If they just use this exactly, they would have 4 epics who are like kind of below average epics. None of these epics are phenomenal, right? You can use 1 or 2 of them, kind of, but most of them are just, they're trash epics, which is great. Because then we're not like, oh, I have to give away this great epic in order to get Razin. You're just like, no, this is the way it should be. You should have epics that are moderately useful in faction crypts for a time being as you're collecting all of them. And then once you get all of them, you're happily going to trade them in for a much better champion. That's how it should work for the Mythic as well. You shouldn't be feeling like you're potentially giving away more than you're getting when you go to the Mythic. That would suck.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, I think everybody's speculating. We're all speculating. Everybody's got their idea. No, it's definitely going to include legendaries. No way. They can't include legendaries. Like, we have no idea what Player Aim's thinking with this. We didn't know this was coming. You know, we've had this idea for a few days. Like, they hinted at a way to get a permanent or a free Mythic. And a lot of us thought Fusion, but I think we thought Fusion event, not permanent Fusion. You know, and a permanent Fusion added to the game is a cool idea, and I think it would be very helpful. But simultaneously, there's a lot more in terms of balancing that you have to do for a permanent fusion than you have to do for a temporary fusion, right? Like a monthly fusion. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Now, they've been talking about...
How do we get the most out of them?
Yeah. They've also been talking about some quality of life improvements. And it's funny because one of the quality of life improvements I literally just mentioned in the last stream, I think. Let me click my red dots. They said they were going to do, or they are going to do in the near future. The additional storage is really nice. But I'm trying to remember which one was it that I was like, this is the one that they should do right away. I'm looking at my notes. Oh, it was the Clan Wars. Right, I asked for a Clan Wars. I was like, this is great. I also asked for permanent super raids. I asked for both of those like last week. I was like, these are 2 great ideas. Permanent super raids everywhere. I don't understand why that's not already a thing. I think that's a great idea. Right, we need to reduce our time in game. We have to. As you add more and more components to the game, more features, more gameplay, you have to take something away. Something old that's not as interesting, something slow that could be sped up. You have to reduce the overall time investment in the game because it's getting to the point where players need to play 8, 10, 12 hours a day to keep pace, which is silly. You know, and so either reduce, you know, the in-game requirements or give us faster ways to fulfill those requirements. And so I think the permanent super raids is great. I hope they add them everywhere. I hope they put them in Minotaur. Please put them in Minotaur. I hope they put them in the potion keeps as well.
Minotaur, please.
Yeah, Minotaur, please. Absolutely. And potion keeps.
If I could cut down looking at that guy by half, I'll be so grateful.
Yeah. You know, and I'm not even asking for any benefit in terms of the scrolls or anything like that. I would like
just cut my time down in half.
Right. That's exactly it. I would love more scrolls. I would love them to take Minotaur up to stage 20 and give us a way to be even more efficient accumulating scrolls. I think that'd be great. But if you don't want to do that, at least cut our time down there. Yeah, and then the Clan Wars. I mean, we've been asking for this since before CVC was a thing. You know, we currently have a CVC up right now, and if you look at this, it's like this is the most uninteresting clan versus clan or guild versus guild like system I've ever seen in any game. It's literally it's the least interesting. Do all the stuff that you normally do, and we'll just track it and see who does more. I'm like, no, this is absurd. This is absurd. Now, I don't mind the rewards. Like, okay, I'll do it because you're giving me free stuff. That doesn't mean I'm happy about it. I'm not happy about it.
I like my free stuff.
Yeah, so find a better system for getting clanmates engaged with each other and talking and strategizing. Have, you know, a system that is compelling on its own for something other than the rewards. Some people just like to do kind of PvP stuff or clan v clan stuff. right? Because it's fun. It's a challenge. It's a new challenge in the game. So I'm very excited about Clan Wars, although it sounds like it's potentially, 6 months out. So we'll have to see how and when that comes out. Because there's the other big content drop that they're talking about, which we don't even know what that is, but it's bigger than Doom Tower. So, so they're saying Clan Wars. What's that?
I said potentially exciting stuff.
Potentially exciting stuff. Yeah.
It's always wait and see,
Yeah. And then, one of the things that I really liked about the interview at some point, she didn't even really say this so much as it was the way that she kind of let this out. She said, we pay attention to players who make good arguments in the public forums, in the public spaces. She was like, we're aware when the public is unhappy, and we pay attention to the players who make good arguments because they're hard to argue against. And I was like, that's something. That's not, I've never heard anything like that coming from Plarium before. Not anybody. They always say, we love to hear your opinions about us, and then they completely ignore us. They completely ignore us unless, we're literally up in arms. Like we were about a year and a half ago about Arena. Everybody just was like, Arena's broken. And it still took them a month to fix it. It was crazy. You weren't around for that?
No.
But literally, Arena broke to the point where whole tiers of Arena were empty and there were no players in them. Because nobody could climb. It became impossible to climb and everybody was falling. I was in Gold 4. I got knocked all the way down to Silver 1. I couldn't climb. It was impossible. It didn't matter how many tokens a day you used. Didn't matter how strong your teams were. Their algorithm for matchmaking and point distribution and everything just got so screwed up that Platinum got emptied. And all the gold tiers, the top gold tiers were empty. And gold 1, 2, and 3 were all the Platinum players. It was crazy. It was stupid. And it set us back, because during that time, as hard as you were farming, you weren't getting the medals for the Great Hall that you should have been getting, And they fixed it, and the fix wasn't good. And we knew it at the time the fix wasn't good. But they kind of hot fixed it. And we're still working with the system that they fixed back then, which is still awful. So I would love to see them really address Arena. This year was supposed to be the year of PvP, and we were like, oh, that's cool. Maybe they'll fix Arena. Instead, they gave us Live Arena, which, by the way, I like. I actually think they've done a better job with Live Arena than the other Arena modes. It's the best of the three, I think. There are problems with it, but it's the best of the three, I think. It's but the year of PvP should have, fixed the PvP that was already in the game. So I'm hoping during this...
the base PvP, yeah.
Yeah. I'm hoping during this quality of life period of time, they spend some time improving PvP. I mean, one of the things that I think is just silly is that teams that go inactive should be removed immediately. They shouldn't stick around for 2 weeks and then get demoted and work their way down into lower levels where earlier game players now have to fight against your 200k Ultimate Death Knight team because you decided to go inactive for 2 weeks. And now I have to deal with it in Silver 3. That's stupid. That's stupid. Yeah. It should be an opt-in system. So rather than having a timeout system where if you're inactive for an amount of time, they eventually remove you, it should just be at the beginning of every week, you have to play a match at some point. And as soon as you play your first match, you are then entered into the arena. And if you don't play a match in a week, your team doesn't get entered into the arena. It's a really simple fix. It's what most other games do. Or what a lot of other games do. So it's and then the other thing I'd really like to see is them to just get rid of the color gating. I don't know why they do this either. So, you have these affinity bonuses, and when you're going up, eventually you have to use silver medals instead of bronze medals, and then eventually you have to use gold medals instead of silver medals. So that means if you get stuck in Silver 4 permanently and you can never get into gold, you can never get the tier 7 affinity bonus or higher, which means you can never get your arbiter, which, by the way, when you get your Arbiter, it makes farming these things a whole lot easier in the first place. Like, the whole goal of getting Arbiter is so that you can fulfill your Great Hall more quickly.
Yeah.
You know, so they gate it in terms of the tier of difficulty. Like, it's harder and harder and harder to get better rewards. So that's one gating. And then they gate it based on the color of medals. That's the second gating. And then they gate it on the Arbiter missions. That's a third kind of gating. You know, it's like you've overcomplicated this. Make them all one color medal. So if you want to grind forever in Silver 2, you can still make progress. You can still get your Arbiter that way. You know, and then you also don't have things where, like, I have on my main account where I'm stuck with like 37 odd bronze medals that will never go away because I didn't perfectly hit the right number of clearing the bronze levels. You know, like, I climbed a little too fast and I got left with 37 bronze medals that just sit there mocking me for all time. You know, like, that's silly. It's really silly. So anyway, yeah, I'm kind of in rant mode. I've been in rant mode for 3 or 4 days. I'm angry a little bit. Like, it feels like a righteous anger. Like, I'm the thing that ticked me off. The thing that set me over the edge. It was one thing. All the other stuff I was cool with. All of the other stuff I was like, I can handle this. We're going to talk. We're going to figure it out. We got to wait and see. There's not enough information. And then we got to the fusion and the champion chase event. The champion was at 3,650 points. And I was like, that was the thing that set me over the edge, because I couldn't believe it after this whole debacle of, you know, I mean, this crazy uprising by all the whales and the krakens and the rejection of the biggest thing that's hit raid in a year. They just went and said, you know what? An extra 15%. Like, just an extra 15% on the scores. Like, just push the fusion. Make them buy more shards through the fusions. It's like, yeah, we're bleeding money left and right. Let's get it back on the fusions. It's like, they just don't understand. They really, sometimes, somebody doesn't. So, until I see a purely, like, mutually beneficial move from Plarium, where they're like, hey, we're going to give you something awesome. And we expect that by giving you something awesome, you're going to like our game and play it and maybe pay for something that's reasonable. Until I see that move, I might stay in rant mode for a couple more days. It's not a place I really like to be too much, but combination of that, and then there've been a couple of commenters in recent days in my videos who also kind of set me off a little bit. That doesn't happen too often. I generally, like, I let people say what they want.
Those are fun.
Yeah, but every once in a while, somebody's just like, they just say something that's ridiculously, like, over the top in terms of it being, one, like, insulting. Like, just don't insult my viewers. I will come to your defense. I will come to my viewers' defense. I will come to my own defense if need be. You can disagree with me. You can disagree with another viewer. You can do so strongly in a courteous way. But as soon as you start flaming or trolling or griefing, I guess, not griefing in comments, but as soon as you start, you know, flaming my viewers who disagree with you, or flaming me, and, like, I don't mind. I'm the public face of this thing. Like, some people are going to disagree with me. Some people are not going to like me. I'm okay with that. But when it crosses a line from disagreement or dislike into, like, you know, just pure flame, that bothers me.
And it's funny because every time that happens, you can always tell there's some, like, internal mechanism that's happening on that commenter's side, because, like, they're bringing something up that really bothers them that has almost no bearing. It's just a flat.
Yeah.
They're just throwing it out there, and most of the time, you could tell they're the ones that are just triggered out of their freaking minds.
Yeah, I do sometimes
putting
get
it out on everybody else. It cracks me up.
I do sometimes get that picture in my head of someone with, like, you know, like a purple face and veins popping out of their necks, being like, why are you so sensitive? What's wrong with you? You know, you complain about everything. And it's like, take it down a notch. I'm sorry that you feel this way about my content. I don't know what to do for you. I really don't. because like the irony of the situation, it seems so apparent. Then it should. The person should just get to the end of their rant, and instead of clicking enter, should just go backspace, backspace, and just delete the whole thing before they actually put it out there. Because like you're not going to accomplish anything with that. But also, it seems it's problematic. Like it's problematic in terms of like its internal consistency. It's just not internally consistent. And then also, it does nothing for the community. The one thing I really love about the raid community and our Discord community, like the Cold Red Plays community, is even like I think an elevated form of this. People can't wait to help. They want to help. They want to, you ask for advice on who should I 6-star next. 50 people will give you their advice. Now, they might give you 50 different pieces of advice. Like, you might not get a consistent answer all the time, but everybody's willing to help. They'll say stuff like, hey, post a picture of your roster so I can look at it and give you some advice. And then they'll talk to you. They'll write 50 lines with you in Discord, going back and forth. They'll jump into a voice channel and talk about your account. And they'll do it in comments. Like I've seen comments in my videos where by the time I get to the comment, there's already like 6 or 7 replies. So people are super friendly. So I think it's even more apparent when somebody's just like being a bully or just flaming or just triggered, out of their minds.
Just upset.
it stands out. It really stands out because very few people do that. And I don't really mind if you're just triggered by something and you need to let it out and you're expressing your frustration without taking it out on anybody. I'm totally for that. That's cool. That's happened to us. You're playing raid at 4 a.m. You meant to go to bed at midnight, but you're up at 4 because you have to complete some damn tournament for the fusion event that you're trying to get. And in order to keep yourself awake, you're watching my video there and you're just like, I hate playing and I can't. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, I get it, dude. I've been there. That's fine. Just don't take it out on your fellow players.
Real tinges of personal experience in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I've been there. I was there last night. I wasn't mad at Plarium. I was just mad at Raid, really. It's just like this game takes so much time. And I've been trying to like find better patterns and sleep more. And I'm still up till 2 a.m. when I want to go to bed at 11. But I got my free Prism shard and I got my legendary tome and all right.
Speaking of all the wonderful people, we've been going for 30 minutes. We haven't said hello.
We should say hello. All right, we got.
I know. I've been trying to catch you at a natural point to stop you and be like,
listen. These are returning
the
viewers.
Rant mode is strong.
These are all returning viewers. They know what they signed up for. No, let me say hello here. We got Gabriel Rivera, Great Dane. Hello. JB is back. Icky Ray, Chancellor Gill. Hello. David Grebby. Welcome. Sabik Giotti. Always good to see you. Suzanne Johansson. We got I already said Chancellor Gill. IT Pal Game. I never know what to call you. I want to call you Pal. I want to call you IT.
What up, pal? All right. Talk to you later.
And same with the MRTZD Gaming. Is it Mr. something? Mr. Jizzed Gaming? I don't know what to call you either. So I'm just going to call you Mr. That's what I'm going to call you, Mr. Bryce is in the house. Alex, welcome. B. Cherry. Kevin C. Who else we got? Neothin. Ian Godwin. Femrel. Syndicate. Keys. We got another Kieran, a different Kieran. Kieran Brown. Tributor is here. Francis is here. Lou Mack is here. Welcome, welcome. The Fatal Virus, welcome. Good to see all of our returning viewers and a few new faces. Liam Forward, welcome. Yandi, welcome. Philip Knezovich, good to see you again. It's been a little bit. And I think that's everybody. Kaji Ramut? Kaji, welcome.
All right, now it's my turn to go down the list.
Martinez. That's Mertz Martinez. Gotcha. All right. I'm sorry. What was that, son?
No, now it's my turn to go down the list. Hello, everybody. How's it going? I see the little hearts popping in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go ahead and like the stream. That's always good. Let's get it out there. Takeover Tuesdays are fun. I hope you're all ready. If you haven't already signed up for our Discord community, you should have been doing that while I was ranting. But yeah, go and get into the Discord community because we're going to put up the wheel of Takeover in just a few minutes. And then it takes 10 minutes for you to be able to chat in the Discord community. So if you want a takeover, a free takeover today, go join the Discord community right now. The link will be in the description of this video or on our main YouTube channel, pretty much everywhere.
I've been blasted in the chat since we started.
We've got Mitty and Zachary here. Welcome. All right, now I'm going to actually read some messages. Gabriel says, I pulled a Seeker this past 2 times ancient event, and I pulled a legendary Corrado Fox Hunter from the Shadowkin faction. Congrats. Those are 2 very good pulls. I actually think Seeker might be more valuable than Corrado, depending on where your account is. Seeker is incredibly valuable, especially for clan boss, but really everywhere. JB says, Bah, I've been known to shovel snow in shorts and work boots only. Yeah, that's another thing that happens in New England. Like, there'll be 2 feet of snow on the ground and it'll be 60 degrees and sunny out and you're sweating while you're shoveling snow. It's melting as fast as you're shoveling it. It's just getting heavier with the moment. So yeah, I've done that before. So if I pulled resin early, you'd say save the fusion. Yeah, if you've already pulled resin, I wouldn't probably ever fuse the resin then. I would just keep that as a permanent fusion. You know, you could empower him, but I don't think that the 10% HP is all that important, or whatever you get for the first empowerment. Likewise, unless you had multiple Lizardmen legendary faction guardians, I don't think you need him as a faction guardian. So, let's see. B Cherry says, I would like to see them add a Lego fusion for each affinity and have them combined to be a mythical. That'd be kind of a cool system. Again, if you could do it multiple times, maybe you could fuse each one twice, right? I think David was saying that. That would be cool. Because then we get access to 4 cool legendaries and a mythic. I just don't see that happening. I think realistically, what they might do is just make it 2 legendaries. If they're going to add legendaries, I don't think it's going to be 4 legends. Alex says, what if it's 32 rares, 8 epics, and 2 Legos? That would be interesting. It could be. It could be like 2 full Razin tabs, and then the 2 Razins fuse into the big guy. Rant mode is good, Kevin C says. Well, good. Get him. Rant mode co-red is fun, says Bryce. I'm glad people are getting behind the rant mode. It gets upsetting with those who wave the Plarium banner like they are getting paid. Well, Kevin, what I'll say is this. They are getting paid, just not Plarium. So they're in a tricky position, right? It's important to content creators that the games they produce content for do well. And at the same time, they have to fight against the company that's making that game because the company keeps messing up, you know, and then it's tricky to be a content creator in that space. I'm leaning more and more away from joining the content creator program for that reason. I think that I don't feel comfortable being reliant on this company, and I don't know that I need a strong relationship with them to continue doing the content that I currently do. So I'll keep making it as long as the game is good. And then if I don't have to deal with them, that's just one less headache for me. Now, that might result in a little bit less support for my channel, but I think that that's okay. I'm not 100% convinced of that, by the way. Like, I don't have anything against the people at Plarium. I do have an objection to the monetization practices of all gacha games. So it's kind of weird to be a gacha game content creator, you know, and be stuck in that middle ground. It's tricky. I know Nubrates was talking about this recently. You know, he actually, in one of his, or a couple of his videos, talked about that conflict, that internal conflict. Keys says, I wonder how you will pronounce my name. That feels either like you're being sarcastic or it's a trick question. I don't know which it is, but it looks like it would just be Keys. So, all right. It is the somewhat former gaming channel for IT Paladin or IT Pag like KFC when they de-emphasize the fried. as it has probably decades since I've streamed on YouTube or Twitch. Gotcha. So it used to be IT Paladin something, and now it's It Pal Game. I will call you IT or Pal. Yandi pulled a Blood Gorge, Mighty Uko, and Tayrel. Solid. I don't know how I feel about Blood Gorge. So I'm still ambivalent on that champion. Mighty Uko is a phenomenal pull and an all-around game carry. Like the biggest carries in this game tend to be the supports, right? Especially for free-to-play players. So you got Mighty Uko. Tayrel is still, I have a soft spot for Tayrel. He's a very good champion. Unfortunately, I would love to see a quality of life buff on Tayrel. Just reduce his AoE drop defense to 3 turns, and all of a sudden he's back in the meta, right? All of a sudden he's just at the top of the heap again. It's just that 4-turn cooldown that's a problem. I didn't pull any shards in the hopes of Halloween Fusion not sucking. Yeah, I pulled all my shards on all my accounts. After saying I wasn't going to pull shards on my main account, I just pulled them late one night because I was like, I want these legendary tomes, and who's going to see what I got? I got 2 legendaries. It was a dupe and a bad legendary, but I got 2 legendaries. I got all the CVC, or not all the CVC, all the champion chase points I needed. Got all my stuff. So my approach to my main account has become so disjointed and sloppy now, because I'm all about the noob versus pro account. Like yesterday or earlier today, I almost said my main account and I meant my noob versus pro account. I was like, that's not right. I'm not giving up a 900-day account for a 45-day-old account. But that's how it feels right now, that my focus is just trying to keep pace with Sun, and his is trying to run away from me as fast as he can.
Yeah.
He's just every day he's like, what did you do today? All right, I need to do that plus 10%.
Yeah. I'm making some pretty decent progress, a little bit here and there.
You are making good progress. You're making very good progress. Let's am I on my noob versus pro account? I'll give a quick look here to my clan boss team. So I finally 6-starred my Deacon. He's not all the way up to 60 yet, but I already had his scrolls available. So I just threw all I did was throw his War Master on him. And then I took him into hard mode this morning. I ran 1 automatic key. I got 19 million on a single key. My previous key was 14 million, by the way. So I went from 14 million to 19 million. And I'm looking at Deacon, and I'm like, Deacon he did more damage. He did like 3 million damage or something. But I'm like, that's not enough to go from 14 to 19. So I guess getting him to 6 stars, with the extra survivability and maybe whatever, the retargeting, like maybe he's not getting stunned or something. I don't know what it was, but it got me a ton more damage. So, so I'm up to 19 million on a single key on hard mode. I haven't tried brutal with the 6-star, Deacon, because I was hoping to run him up a few more levels. But I'm going to be streaming for at least the duration of these keys. So let me just go ahead and try this out. So this is my team here. Yeah, and that's the team I've been running. We'll see what happens. All right. So in the meantime, while this is running, why don't we go ahead and get into our first wheel of Takeover.
Yeah, we're ready to spin.
Okay. Let's make sure everybody's in. Let's give them 1 more minute. Make sure. Okay, so all you have to do if you haven't done this before is you join the Discord community. Hopefully you've been there 10 minutes or longer. Go down to the Wheel of Takeover. It's in the coaching corner section. So you'll see it, Wheel of Takeover. And then you just need to react to Sun's message. Don't type a message. Don't do anything else. Just click on a reaction to Sun's message in that channel. That'll enter you for a free takeover. And it looks like right now we've got about 16 people in there. So I know there are a lot more people in the stream. If you are interested in the takeover, make sure you jump in. There'll be another one after this one.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, their Discord has a 10-minute timer. That's just the way it is.
Yep.
But if you're not eligible for the first one, there is going to be another one, at least one more.
Okay.
And yes, as Jody says, if you've already had a takeover recently, there's a timer on that.
Yeah,
Only new folks.
we're doing a 90-day moratorium. I don't know what you call it. You can't have more than one takeover in 90 days. So if you've already won before, no need to enter. And if you do enter and we find out because you win, we will we'll be like that guy and flame you publicly. No, we won't. We'll just be
we'll find you.
We won't be mad. We'll just be
We have
disappointed.
a particular set of skills.
Okay, so let's go ahead. Looks like a couple more people joined. Let's fire that wheel up. Always takes longer than I expected to. Rants, flames, loving it. I don't flame people. I don't like to flame people. Even people I don't like. I don't enjoy what it does to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be angry. I want to enjoy my life.
Oh, we have found.
Who's our winner?
Victor. Morgwar.
Morgwarg?
I'm saying that right. Morgwar.
Oh. Morgwar. Gotcha. I see it. So who are you? Who are you? Adrian, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, Morgwar, are you here? Go ahead and type in the stream channel and chat so everybody can congratulate you on winning your free takeover. And then you're going to see there is that same section. There's a coaching voice channel. You can join us in the voice channel. You do not have to speak if you don't want to. You can just mute your microphone, or I can mute you if you want. If you don't mind being on stream, then feel free to be on stream. And then all you need to do is get me your account information so that I can do the takeover and we can start as soon as this clan boss fight is over.
Son sounds like he can find us. You're darn right.
Have we heard? Oh, you got. All right. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
All right.
All right. So you can just shoot me your account information in a DM here in Discord, and then I will start logging in, and then you can tell me or text me or whatever what it is you'd like me to take a look at on your account.
Okay. Give me a second here.
Sure. All right.
I know Morgan Kate have been talking in my clan for weeks now about getting the takeover.
I don't know which account to have to look at. But
oh, you got more than one account. All right.
I've got my account with Edward's son. I've got my first account I call my main, which ain't really that great. But
well, whichever you like.
Say DM info.
Yeah, you can just. I'll start it off, so you can just do that. You can just respond to that message, and that'll get us started.
All right. Hold on. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay.
Yeah, it's always nice when we get to give away a takeover to somebody who's been trying for a while.
Yeah.
All right, so this is a 12.74 brutal key now. So that's definitely a 2-key brutal for at least this affinity, which is Void Affinity. But I already had a 2-key for brutal on Void Affinity. So I think it was yesterday we had Force Affinity, and that was not a 2-key brutal. That was like a 2.2 key brutal. That was really frustrating. You need 21.7 million. I got like 20.2 or something. So it's about $1.5 million short. But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Great Danish has got 14 million on a single key. That's excellent. We've got Dragon here who's got 36 million on a 2-key. So that's 18 million a key. That's very nice. Clicking my red dots.
Yeah. Probably should keep me out of the stream.
Okay, sounds good. Can you do
I
that?
tend to use words I probably shouldn't.
All right, let me get logged in here. Let me see this. And this may or may not be the password, correct?
Yeah. So
Okay.
that,
It,
I got so many
it worked.
passwords, so many things.
No, it worked. First
That,
try.
that would be my main account, I believe.
Okay.
And let me think what I need done, all kinds of stuff. Well, my clan boss team is kind of topped out. I can't really get much more out of it right now. Plus, I'm in a clan, really can't go any higher, unfortunately.
All right.
I'm stuck like brutal, and I think I one keyed it once, but I can't do it any other time.
All right. So Morgwar, main account here. And so you're thinking clan boss. Okay. Well, I'm going to take a look at your roster, and then we'll look at your clan boss team, and we'll just start there. And if it turns out that I can't help you much there, or there's some area you'd rather concentrate on, we'll take a look at that. So, all right. So let's just look at so you're level 70. Okay, so that's solidly mid game, right? That's progressing in terms of usually where you see those accounts. And it looks like you've got a number of 60s. Looks like you've got 20 6-star champions, which is very nice. You've got some good ones here. Mashalit is excellent. Obviously, you have the Artak login. You've got your Scylla the Drakes. Yeah, Stag Knight's great. You have a Shield Guard. That's great. You got your Wukong up to 60. Your Armiger up to 60. You've got your Haikatoon up to 60. Frozen Banshee up to 60. Apothecary. So you've got a lot of really good rares here, in addition to, your epics and your legendaries. I mean, there doesn't look like a lot of wasted 60s here, right? Most of these 60s are, at the very least, they're reasonable. There's nobody here where I'd be like, oh, why did you 60 that? They're all reasonable. I mean, Bulwark is a great potential slow boy champion. He's maybe the best dwarf rare and probably the best dwarf rare in the game. You have your Reliquary Tender and War Maiden at 6 stars. Not everybody needs to do that, but a lot of people do, and they're totally reasonable, rares to take up. You've got the 2 best uncommons in the game at 60, so awesome. Dark Elhain, is she an arena nuker for you? Yeah, she's. I'm sorry, you're breaking up a little bit on me. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at her attack is at 35, over 3,500, and crit damage is at 170. So you're definitely that's solid damage for her. You've got Cruel, so you're ignoring some defense, and her speed is reasonable. She's not fast, but she's not too slow. So if you got a good speed tune behind her, that's definitely reasonable. And in PvE content, a lot of times I don't run with attack percentage boots. I will run with speed boots. So if she's too slow for PvE content, you can always slap some speed boots on her, get her up to the speed you need. If you're using her as a PvP nuker, then you can keep her over there. Are you considering using Wukong as a nuker, or are you primarily using him as a debuffer? Okay. Yeah, so HP percentage. Gotcha. Yeah. So I'm looking at, you got some nice crit damage gloves here, unfortunately with no crit rate substats. And then you've got the HP percentage on the chest plate, which is really nice with the double roll and accuracy and a single roll into speed. And you hit that plus 10 on the 6-star glyph there. Or actually, how did you even do that? I thought it was 5 max. Oh, I'm sorry. It's accuracy. It's 10. Yeah. Okay. So I was wondering, I'm like, speed maxes out at 5 on the 5-star glyphs, but so you hit the max there. So that's the 10. And so, yeah, it's a little bit of a mixed build here. Unfortunately, you got a ton of crit damage there and you got a crit damage here, but you don't have the 100% crit rate. So you can have him do both rolls. as you move forward and you get, more crit rate on your substats, you can potentially transfer those items over. And then the question is, can you maintain that accuracy at a high level? 223 is a good starting point. If you wanted to go full debuff, I would say you want to push that, keep pushing that. If you want to go full nuke, you need to get the crit rate. And if you want to straddle in between, then you're probably fine where you are. You actually have a really nice crit damage here at 221 because of those crit gloves, give you an extra 80%. So when he crits, I bet he hits really hard. Yeah. So you got over 3,000 attack. All right. So yeah, just getting an idea where the count lies right now. I'm going to take a look at your vaults. You got a second Mashalad. All right. You got it. You do have a Seeker there. You got some good champions in the vault too. You do have a War Master. Okay. Let me actually do this. Let's see. All right, I just want to do this. Oh, you got Michinaki. You got Islan. Did you do the fusion or did you pull Islan? You did that. You got him as a pull. That's a nice pull. That's a nice pull. Yeah, unfortunately, both of you guys are muted. Nobody can hear you. Sorry, son. You're on the same channel. I can't do anything about it. Yeah. But all right. So yeah. So you've got your Warcaster. I might have said War Master before. Warcaster. But I don't see another unkillable champion. All right. Let's go look at your clan boss. All right, so I'm going to claim your reward here. Don't need that piece. Okay. So, all right, so you were able to get a chest here on Brutal. How many keys does it take to get your Brutal? Or are you maxing it out in 2 keys or 3 keys, 5 keys, 1 key? Okay. You're right on the verge of 1 key. So and this is just a quick impression. When I look at this count, let me move myself out of the way here. Let me see if I can, I'll shrink myself down. Let me do that. There we go. All right. So when I look at a team like this, there are a couple of things that I notice right away. The first is that you have a defensive aura, which is, okay, so you're trying to extend and go for a longer duration, which is fine. By the way, that's completely viable. But I'm just noticing that relative to, what kind of other auras you might have there, right? So you have a defensive aura. The second thing is you have 4 magic affinity champions, right? So that's going to really affect the damage that you're doing on different affinity clan bosses. And then the third thing that I'm noticing here is you only have 1 champion that increases your speed in any way, and that's Mashalad, who gives you a speed buff, but you don't get any turn meter fill on this roster at all. Now I'm starting to think about debuffs. So Tyrell brings your decreased defense. Let's go ahead, and I know that this guy brings an ally protect, but yeah, so he brings the decreased attack, so that's nice. And then Mashalad, who I've never owned a Mashalad. I know he brings a leech and an increased speed. Increased crit damage, okay, that's nice. But no debuffs for the boss. Okay. You don't have to. Mashalad is an excellent clan boss champion. The question is, what's the team around him doing, right? So if I'm looking at this and I think, okay, right now, and again, I'm not recommending anything right now. I'm just doing my personal assessment, right? And I'm kind of doing it out loud so everybody who's watching can get an idea of how I do an assessment. I think is there a champion that can pick up multiple jobs that are being done here? And I know you have a Stagnite. Now, Stagnite brings a decreased attack and a decreased defense. So he could potentially replace Tyrell with the decreased defense, and he could replace the decreased attack that we're getting here, or he could supplement it from Jareg. Now, Jareg can't be replaced right now because he has ally protection and increased defense. So I'm not saying that you should replace that. But what I'm thinking long term, okay, Stag Knight does 2 roles. Is that something that we can potentially bring in here? We need maybe more speed. We don't have a block debuffs buff. You don't have a cleanse. So you just are tanking the stun. So that's something that we could be looking for. You do have Reliquary Tender. Reliquary Tender has the cleanse. Here, removes all debuffs from all allies and places continuous heal buff on them. So, she also has a decreased attack. She's also Void Affinity, so you don't have to worry about her weak hitting on that. And this is actually a decent chance, right? This is 50% chance. So that's not a bad chance for that rare. You have a High Katoon who could increase, not only give you a speed aura, but increase your turn meter fill. There's a little bit of a double up there with the increased speeds with Mashalad. So, and then same thing with Apothecary, you have turn meter filled there. Let's see. I'm looking at you have Painkeeper here, who can be good in Clan Boss because she can extend. We talked about Mishinaki already. He's an HP burner, and he can be very good. You actually do have. Did you already start building towards a Frozen Banshee Grave Chill Killer like duo? Was that what the intention was, or did you kind of? Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so the nice thing about her is that she brings yeah, so she brings the decreased defense, which who is currently bringing the decreased defense? Tyrell. So she could increase your damage. She works really well with Frozen Banshee. Again, she's another Magic Affinity champion, and typically you would swap her in for Kale, not for Tyrell. But so we have these overlaps here. Let's see. I'm gonna take a look at Mishinaki. Where is he? Yeah, that's fine. He's still at 50. I wouldn't expect him to be built too well. So he's got the HP burn on his A1, which is really nice. So, and he has this counterattack mechanic. So he puts out Hex, and then whenever any ally is attacked under Hex, which will be every single AoE, he will counterattack with his A1. I'm sorry, no, I did that wrong. That was somebody else. He has a chance to join the ally's attack. That's what it is. So yeah, you put the enemy under Hex, and then when an ally attacks, he's got a 50% chance of. Who's the counterattack on their A1 with Hex? Somebody is. But all right, he also has decreased defense and decreased attack for enemies under Hex. So now you're getting 3 jobs, right? You're getting the decreased defense, decreased attack, plus you're getting the Hex out there, which gives you more HP burns. Another Magic Affinity champion. Can't get away from it. Yeah. Now you've got Razin, who brings a Weaken with a decreased defense. That's the only Weaken champion I've seen so far, I think. Oh, no, you have Ruella. You have Ruella, who brings she's actually great because she brings a decreased defense, a Weaken, and a decreased speed. The decreased speed doesn't play here, but that drop defense and Weaken play on the same ability. And then she also fills turn meter. Yeah. You just fused him last week. Gotcha. Razin. And then Strategos is nice for other reasons. I don't think he does have an ally protection and an increased defense. It's on a 4-turn cooldown with a counterattack. It's not bad, right? But this was the whole debate around him. It was that this wasn't on a 3-turn cooldown. So, you already have an ally protection champion in Jareg, and potentially he's better because his ally protection includes increased defense, and it's up for. Oh, this is also 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown, or is this? No, that's on a 3-turn cooldown, right? Let me see that. Yeah, it's on a, that should be, I always forget if it shows it here or not. Yeah, it should update it. So it's on a 4-turn cooldown. So it must have started on a 5-turn cooldown. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. So the increased defense is additional protection. But here's the thing. I was talking to my son about this recently, and this is important for everybody out there. If you are going with a killable composition, 100% uptime on your buffs is difficult to achieve, and it's really important. Because I want you to imagine this scenario. If you have an ally protect champion, or you have an increased defense champion, early in the clan boss fight, the clan boss is AoEing your team, but he's not killing them. And if you have any sustain, if you have a leech out there, that's all you need. If you have a leech out there, you're just healing up over and over again. And then he hits you and he knocks down 10% of your health, and you just heal it back up. And so you don't need any additional protection during that phase. During the early phase, you just survive. If you have lifesteal gear, you just survive based on healing. Then there comes a point, which is like the second phase, where the boss starts to take more health away per round than you can heal, but it's not enough to kill you in one shot, right? So maybe it would take 3 shots to kill you, and you heal a little bit back, and so that you get like 4 or 5 rounds out there, you're getting weaker and weaker and weaker. It's getting scarier and scarier, and eventually you're going to get knocked off. In that round, some defenses would help in that phase. Like if you had every other round you had an increased defense or an ally protect, that would allow the heals that you do have to be more effective and to potentially keep you, again, close to full health. And then there is a phase right at the end of the fight where you are getting one shot. Like any AoE will one shot your team, or at least one shot many members of your team. Having defenses up at that round will keep you alive. But if you don't have 100% uptime, as soon as that defensive buff drops, you're dead. You will die on the next hit. So if you have a Jareg like this, who has, let's say, ally protect and increased defense up for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown, if he hits the timing perfectly, and like you would be one shot on the next wave, but he gets his defenses up, that gives you 2 turns. That's all it gives you. It gives you 2 turns, because then it comes down and you die. So when you're watching clan boss videos, even my videos, and I'm talking about these are important buffs to bring in, ally protection and increased defense, unless they're up 100% of the time, they're not going to give you 10 or 20 or 30 extra rounds. They're going to give you 1 or 2, maybe 3, right? So with Jareg, we have to do something. We either have to bring like a second ally protection and increased defense champion to alternate. So he puts it up for 2 turns, then it's down for 2 turns, and then somebody else puts it up for the 2 turns where he's down, and then they swap back and forth. And you need to speed tune in order to make that possible. Or you need cooldown reduction. You need to get his cooldowns lower so that he's got them up more frequently, and maybe a buff extension. If you have buff extenders, then when it's up, you extend the buff, and then you get that extra turn. You combine that with cooldown reduction, and all of a sudden you've got 100% uptime. But it takes multiple champions to do that. So even though this is a great clan boss champion, how much damage are you getting from the few extra turns that he gets you versus how much damage would you get if you just flat out replaced him with a damage dealer? If you swapped him out for Mishinaki, you would die earlier. But if you're already getting 15 or 18 rounds, Mishinaki may do 3 times or 4 times as much damage as Jareg. And so then you've got a scenario where you're racing against your death. You're just trying to burn as hard as you can, right? Now, obviously, you need to stay alive for 15 or 18 turns or it's not worth it. But my point is, the percentage gain that you get from extending for 2 or 3 rounds from Jareg is not that much. And you can actually measure it. You can pull him out, put in a damage dealer, run your key, and then when it looks like you're about to die, just force quit the game. Like pause it, force quit the game. You're going to know exactly how much damage you're getting out of that team. So we could do that right now. So I have no idea what's going to be your best team right here because, one, I don't know how all your champions are built, but you also have a lot of options. You have several options here. And some of them are at 50. Like we could build your Grave Chill Killer. We could build your Mishinaki. We could build your Razin Scarhide to get a weaken out there, and he also removes the increased attack that the bosses get when they're affinity. You could potentially build your Painkeeper to try to get more heals out there, which would be good. And then also the cooldown reduction. You know, Ruella brings you the 2 damage debuffs all together at the same time. You know, obviously we could swap in Stagnite like we were talking about. Now, unfortunately, if we swapped in Stagnite, it looks like you lose your aura. But my point being, like, there are a lot of options here. So let's go take a look and just see. I'm going to take it off quick battle. So this is your current team. And we're just going to run this on auto. And we're going to see about where it comes in. And we're also going to see how many, like, we're going to see what Jarig does as damage, roughly. We're not going to actually use the key. And we'll get, actually, this is, do you have 2 keys? I didn't even look. If you have 2 keys, we could potentially do 2. Yeah, so we could do 2 keys. And that way we'll get all the information. And then we'll swap him out. And maybe we'll swap out Tayrell. And we'll see if we can't just get more damage from going with a more offensive team here. Now, you got a ton of debuffs, right? This is another thing with the 2 poisoners. You can potentially max out the debuff bar a lot. So we want to make sure that you're keeping up, you know, all the important debuffs. The poison sensitivity is the most important. And then the leech is what's going to be keeping you alive. Yeah. So Mashalat is bringing that heal reduction, but he's also bringing the leech, right? So without the leech, and he's also the only champion that's increasing the speed on your team. So yeah, so right, exactly. So he's good to keep here. Now, see, you've got your ally protect up right now. You've got your increased defense up right now, but it's only boss turn count 8. He's not doing a ton of damage. So you're not really at risk of dying yet. There will come a time where all of a sudden you're at risk of dying, and we'll have to see, like, does Jarig get you? Because you said you're close to a 1 key, right? So if he gets you like 2 or 3 more rounds, and that gets you over the 1 key mark, and like taking him away would lose that, then that ally protection is valuable. But the problem is, if it's not a speed tuned composition, it's going to be hard to predict, right? Because you're tanking the stuns. And so potentially, depending on how crits land from the clan boss, different targets could take the stun at different times. This is a neutral affinity boss. He's going to hit whoever he wants, right? He's going to hit whoever's weakest. And so that might be, you know, on one round, maybe your Kale takes the crit and nobody else does. And so Kale becomes the target on the next stun, and that's going to affect your damage output. And then maybe on the next one, you know, Mashalad takes the crit, and so he's going to become the target of the next stun. And so then you lose the speed buff, you know, or you lose the leech or something. So it's hard to predict with this scenario, you know, from run to run, what's going to happen with the stun target. Now, sometimes that's just the case, right? It's like, you're not doing a bad job. You put together a good team. I'm not trying to criticize your team. Your team's actually pretty, like, it makes sense. It makes complete sense based on what I know and what I know you've seen from content creators. You've got an ally protect. You've got an increased speed. You've got 2 poisoners. You've got a drop defense. It's a good concept. But now we have to think about, like, you know, we gotta up this concept. We gotta refine it. We gotta find better champions that can do more jobs at the next level of difficulty, so we can move past brutal and get into nightmare. And the 2 ways you do that are, you either collect better champions, like we said, that can do more jobs, or you speed tune, whether it's killable or unkillable, so that you know very precisely when are the buffs up, you know, what are your danger areas, where's the stun going to, that kind of thing. Yeah, that makes sense. Like I said, you've got some nice options. And I didn't see a lot of, you know, we said that we're not a lot of wasted 60s. In fact, even the rares that you've got, like Reliquary Tender, right? Not everybody 6-stars her, and that's fine. She's worth a 6-star, depending on your account. She could come in on this team and provide the cleanse that you need to, you know, like, manage the stun. And she also brings that decreased attack. So it's like, okay, you know, you have those options there. So even your rares are good. You have Grave Chill Killer, but you also have Mishinaki. You also have you have legendary options. And then with Warcaster, you know, you're at least partially towards an unkillable composition. So if you pick up a second Warcaster, if you pick up a Demitha, if you pick up a Helicath or a Roshguard or any other unkillable champion, literally any one. At least any of the block damage champions. Sorry, you pick up any of the block damage champions, Warcaster is enough to then build an unkillable composition with. All right, we're getting close to dead here. So what's it? 21.4 million we need, right? So we're getting close. We've still got our poison. We've got our poison sensitivity up, so we should be able to make it, I think. Yep, we landed the poisons. You're going to get it. So let's watch Jareg's. He had the increased defense there, but he didn't have the ally. No, it was just a shield. He didn't have the increased defense there. Yeah, he's got a blood shield ring. Okay, so you've got your one key here, but it's very close, right? So it's really close. And my guess is against force affinity, you're not even close. Yeah. So yeah, that's a very solid clan boss team, and it's a good mid-game clan boss team, basically, is what I would say. You're right where you're supposed to be with your count level. You could maybe say, okay, at 70, I could be pushing harder, but it sounds like you play multiple accounts, and like you said, you haven't pushed this particular team all that much. So I don't know what the your Nightmare isn't even unlocked, so you don't even know what you could do in Nightmare, because your clan hasn't unlocked it yet. I'm gonna get this red dot for you. You're welcome. I can't. Okay. Yeah. So, looking at this clan boss team, if we just stuck with the 60s, if we said we didn't want to build anybody new, which I'm not saying that's what we want to go with, but if we just started there, I want to look at this Tayrell. Tayrell looks like he's built really well. One of the things I noticed there is that he's built well, and he is in lifesteal. Yeah. Well, you're at almost 3,400 defense, 200 speed. You've got some decent accuracy. The accuracy is a tiny bit low here, because as you go up into Nightmare, you're going to need to get, I think it's 225. So he's probably okay for Brutal. I think at Brutal, you need like 175 or 180, something like that. So you're probably okay for Brutal, but as you go up, you would need to increase his accuracy. But here's the thing, we might replace him. Like, he might just be for wave content now. He's really good for that, or you could use him in other dungeons and stuff. Yeah. All right, so your High Katoon is at 204. She's booked out. She's got 3-starred boots. Let's see what kind of boots you have here that might be available. Well, you've got some 5-star Divine Speed boots. This has accuracy on it. You've got 5-star Swift Parry. I probably wouldn't put her in Swift Parry, but potentially you could put her in Divine Speed. So let's go ahead and try these on. And then let's see if we can find another Divine Speed piece that would match that, preferably something with accuracy, so that you can use her in like regular dungeons. Well, these aren't too bad, but I'd have to see what pieces we're losing. So this 5-star, let me get out of here. This 5-star doesn't have speed on it. It has speed, has a double roll in speed, and then crit rate gloves. Yeah, let's see about this. Try that on. And then I might want to, let's see, how much silver do we have? We have 4.5 million silver. Do you mind if I roll a few pieces? Okay. I'm going to roll this. Hopefully we'll hit speed at least once. That's nice. Double roll into speed. Very nice. So that's going to pick up a whole bunch of speed. Let's try that on. And then let's take a look at some gloves here. And what we'd like on the gloves for High Katoon is we don't want crit rate. We want preferably HP percentage or defense percentage. Her main role, at least early game, you can build her with damage. She hits decently hard. For a support, she hits decently hard. I don't care about her damage at all. I want her to be alive forever because she's the engine that makes your team go. Right. So I'm always looking for HP percentage and defense percentage gloves, and we're looking for speed, and potentially we could get accuracy. That'd be nice. Those are beautiful gloves, by the way. These gloves, those are beautiful. So you want to roll those up and put them on somebody. That's in a righteous set. That's in a righteous set. Let's see if we have any other righteous gear that's worth considering. Yeah. All right. So let's look at the HP percentage chest plate. Let me see if there's anybody equipped with a piece that we could steal. Okay, I wouldn't steal from Stagnite or Seeker. I don't know how much you use your Soulbound Bowyer, but that's not a phenomenal chess piece anyway, so I'm kind of okay with leaving that. This is also a nice glove that you have here, but honestly, yeah. So, I mean, our only real option here looks like the HP percent chest plate, which is not bad, and it looks like you don't have speed on your perception chest plate, or at least you don't have much. Maybe you have one roll without. No, I think you have none, because this is actually giving us 5. Now, this is 5% speed, whereas perception is 10% speed. So that means you have no speed on that perception piece, but we're losing a bunch of accuracy once we switch out of perception. So let me see if we can find a perception weapon. Let's see. Actually, we also have these. Okay, so I didn't realize we had. That's a nice piece, actually. And so let's see. We've got speed and accuracy here. Let's roll this one as well. See if we get into. Accuracy's nice. Whoops. Go up. Get speed or accuracy. Attack's not bad, but speed and accuracy there. Let's try this one. We really need a roll into accuracy if we can get it. There we go. This looks promising. Get another one. There we go. Okay. So now we're talking about picking up some of our accuracy again. We'll drop this off and get the perception piece back. Okay. Now what would we end up? We'd be going from 204 to 212. We still haven't rolled the boots up to full, so we get 14 more speed there. We haven't rolled these at all. Let's go ahead and roll these up a little bit. Hopefully we get speed and accuracy. Speed is nice. Get some HP. Get accuracy. Look at that. That content creator look. Okay. Now just looking at this, we've picked up 5k health. We picked up a little bit of attack. We've lost 15 defense. We picked up 14 speed with another 14 to come. That's going to be 28 additional speed. You've traded away your crit rate and your crit damage for more resistance and more accuracy. Right? So now this is looking the way it should. Let's go ahead and roll this up. HP, flat HP. I'm going to equip this. Let's roll this up as well. Let's see what we roll into here. Okay. We've picked up 100 defense now. All of a sudden, this Haikatune is looking a lot more like an engine, right? Let's check out this chess piece. I want to see if we can swap out either of these pieces and get better. It looks like that helmet's pretty good. Let's look at perception. Ooh, that's really nice with the defense right there. That would be great. Here's accuracy. Accuracy chess pieces are nice in perception, but they're hard to use because you need somebody who like either has maybe an HP banner, with speed on it, or something to balance out the squishiness. So this looks like a really nice piece. Let's do a fitting room there. Try that on. So we're going to be trading away that HP that we gained. We gained some HP, but now we're going to give some of it back. We're going to get a lot more defense. We're going to get another 16 speed out of that. We are trading away a little bit of accuracy. So there must have been accuracy on that. But I still think that's probably a good swap. That speed is key. And then let's look at the banner here. Banner's not bad. Banner's pretty solid. Yeah, we can glyph all of that. Yeah. All right, so we're up to 248. Let's just get her to 250 just to round her out. That's going to be nice. Let's go ahead and do that. Get some more survivability on her. I'll just use some 1-star glyphs. You got hundreds of them. And we'll use a couple of those. Let's get her accuracy up a little bit too. All right, let's use a 3-star accuracy. Where are we? 250. That's nice. That feels good. All right, so I think we started at like 205 or something. So we picked up about 50 speed. We picked up a few thousand HP, a bunch of defense, like 600 or 700 defense, maybe more. And we traded away that crit rate and crit damage. But now, I mean, here's the other thing. You can use her as your speed lead in all the dungeons. She's your only speed lead that you have that I see. Right? Nobody else has a speed aura and orb. No, Apothecary is not a speed lead, right? Well, sort of. He doesn't have an aura. So you have 2 auras right now, or actually you have a few auras down here, but all these rares have auras, speed auras. But she's your main speed aura. Again, all of these items are at 12, so you can still get more survivability, more tankiness, even a little bit more damage out of these pieces. I don't think you're going to get any more speed except from glyphs. But so you could probably get her up to, if you wanted to glyph her hard, you could get her up to like 265, 270, which is a great place for her to sit. By the way, that's fast enough as a speed lead to get you into gold 4. So, yeah. So this is going to help you with arena. I mean, just very quickly, if we look at the arena. Right. So let's go. I'm just going to look. So you do actually, you have her as your, I'm sorry, what's up? Oh. No, that's me. Thanks. Yeah, my camera does that sometimes. Yeah, so here you do have her as your speed lead, but now running at 250, if you can get her up to, like I said, like 265, 270, I mean, you have to be above 250 with your speed lead to consistently win in gold. You can probably get into gold at like 225, 230, but then to consistently be fast enough, you're going to need her really fast. Now, the problem here, obviously, is you can get disconnected. Mashallah brings the fear. This is, you have the drop defense and the drop decrease attack. This is a pretty solid team, but you might want to look into, I'm trying to think here, do you need, well, yeah, you don't have an increase. Oh, she brings an increased attack, doesn't she? She brings her own increased attack. Plays an increase, yeah. Then attacks all enemies. So this is a really good nuker. By the way, this is actually, so Dark Elhain is free at 4 months, I think, at 120 days. And she is a hard-hitting nuker that brings her own increase attack. So if you don't have a good increase attack champion, you can take a champion like this who has increase attack on her own, make her your nuker, and then you don't have to bring that increase attack champion onto your arena team. So you've got the drop defense here with Stagnite. You've got the turn meter fill. You've got the nuker. Mashalad right now is bringing basically increased crit damage, which is not bad, and a true fear, which is not bad either. So that's pretty solid. But if you're finding that you're not hitting hard enough, you could bring in a second champion that could do a little bit more damage, like Rhonda, right? Get her in there if she's running at the right speed, and she's running decently fast. She's going to have to be faster because High Katoon's only giving you a 15% turn meter fill. But if you could get her up to, what would you need? You need about 215 or so. You could get her up to around 215, then you've got a second nuker in there who could hit pretty hard. And it looks like her gear right now is not particularly good. So, you probably haven't rebuilt her in a while. Yeah. All right, so we're going to jump back into Clan Boss, and we're just going to look at the difference that speed creates. So we did 22.5, which is a 1 key. I'm not trying to diminish that, but let's just, out of curiosity here, let's see. So this is our decreased defense. Let's pull Jareg out of this. He was a decrease attack, right? Was he bringing decrease attack? And then we've got the decreased defense here. So let's go ahead and bring in Stagnite and High Katoon. So he's going to replace both of those champions. He's going to give us a decreased defense and a decreased attack. Hopefully his accuracy is high enough to land it. And it's going to change our affinity base quite a bit. I mean, our damage dealers are still both magic affinity. And let's just see what happens here. 1, do we die faster? We still have the leech, so we should be okay there. Do you know if your Stagnite is fully masteried or not? So he might not have the tier 6, but he's close. So that could be a drop off in damage, but also that could prevent him from healing enough, right? Because if he's using the leech to heal, but I think he was in lifesteal. He might have been in lifesteal. Yeah, so we'll see. If he's in lifesteal, he should have enough. You don't need leech if you have lifesteal, and vice versa, generally, if you have your tier 6 mastery. All right. So this will be interesting just as an experiment to see if this is going to push you in the right direction. Again, I think, one champion you should highly consider is Mishinaki. Yeah. Yeah, and it is one of the things where he's a legendary. He's much harder to, fully max out than the rares and the epics that you've been building. And that's a good strategy, by the way. When you don't have the legendary tomes, sometimes it's better to run up a rare or epic 6-star instead of that great legendary that you have there. Just keep that legendary at 5 until you have enough books to level 1 up, and then take them to 6 stars, because then you get the most choice, right? If you ran Mishinaki up halfway, you say you got him to 6 stars and you put 2 books on him, and now you were just waiting. It's and then all of a sudden you pulled an amazing legend, you pulled a Duchess or something. Now you can't really change course because you're locked in the middle of a Mishinaki upgrade, So if you change course, then you don't get the maximum value out of either champion. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So your only fully booked legendary is Mishinaki. I'm sorry, not Mishinaki, Mishalad. Gotcha. And he's worth it. He's absolutely worth it. That was a good call. Don't think that because he didn't get you to the, whatever, the promised land of Nightmare, that he didn't do his job, or that he can't help you more in the future. That's a really good champion. He's going to help you in arena. He's going to help you in dungeons. He's going to help you in wave content. He's going to help you in clan boss. That's a versatility champ, right? That's a champ you can bring into every composition. So that's a really good call. Mishinaki, by the way, is also that kind of champion. You can use him everywhere. He's great in dungeons. He's great against wave content. He's great against bosses. So you have these 2 amazing legendaries. You have 2 really, really good, versatile legendaries who do a lot of things, and they don't overlap very much at all, right? Mishinaki and Mishala do completely different things, and they're different affinities. So it's you can build those 2, and they can be the core backbone of your teams. And that starts to determine what kind of teams you build, right? Because it's okay, I've got an HP burner, and I've got, I've got fears. I've got, you figure out what it is that you have. Okay, so this doesn't feel like it's going in the right direction. It feels like it's going in the wrong direction. And that might simply be, a combination of books and like masteries. But we did lose Stagnite fairly early there. And so I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to a 1 key. So I'm just going to call this right now. But I do think that High Katoon with the extra speed is going to help you in dungeons and in arena. And I think that you've built a very good 1 key brutal team. I don't think it's maxed out. I think you can potentially keep improving it with gear. Where is it? Yeah, so you're looking at this. You got fatal 3-star fatal gear on him. And again, at the time, maybe that's what you needed to get to that 100% crit rate, or as close to the 100% crit rate as you could. I would say Mashallah does decent damage, but you don't necessarily have to worry too much about his damage. He's a utility champion. He brings increased speed, leech, increased crit damage, and true fear all on the same skill. That's a hugely powerful skill. You want to make sure he has enough accuracy to land the true fear and the leech. And you want him to be fast, so he gets these increased speed and increased crit damage out early in the turn order. The heal reduction and the continuous heals on himself. This all plays in different places. 100% heal reduction is useful in a few different fights. Not everywhere, but a few different fights. Also, you can steal the buffs from a target, single target, but you can remove buffs. So if any bosses get buffs, you can remove those. It could be useful in like Hydra, a couple other places. But yeah, you might want to build him similarly to how we just rebuilt High Katoon, right? Get away from the crit rate gloves and the fatal gear and add speed, right? Your speed champions are more valuable the more speed you put on them, because that just is a multiplier. Make sure the accuracy is high. This accuracy for Mashallah is on the low end. So again, if you just swapped out these two pieces, say for 5-star perception gear, you would add like at least 15 speed, something like 16 speed, just right there. That would put you up over there, around 200 and 207, something like that. So that right there would be a nice improvement. Also, you would probably get some additional substats, higher substats that would make you more survivable. If you can get away from the crit rate gloves, go for HP percentage or defense percentage, and you keep moving in the right direction. So this, like, if we just took your team and we didn't mess it up at all, we didn't change it at all, right? This guy's fully booked. He's got full masteries. We want him on the team. He's awesome. He's one of your most, powerful champions. Let's keep him on the team. Let's just improve him with gear. Keep pushing that, right? And again, focus on what's his primary purpose. His primary purpose is utility, debuffs, speed. So we don't care about his damage. The vast majority of his damage is going to come from this War Master. I bet you more than 50% of his damage comes from the War Master, or close to it, and that's fine. That's what a support should look like. Same thing with Jareg. You've got a good champion here. You're building him out the right way. Speed is too low. The shield doesn't help you in Clan Boss, right? It only gives you 3 turns of protection, and those are the 3 weakest hits that Clan Boss brings. Let's get him into some resilience gear. You get tons of free resilience gear through faction crypts. So let's improve this team, not by changing anybody. Let's improve this team by gearing and moving in that direction. 5-star speed boots. Let's get his speed up to 170, 180. Let's get him up there so he gets those buffs up more, right? So that means he's more likely to extend the duration of your team. Plus, if he also has his mastery, that means he gets more hits in. So he's doing more damage and he's providing more protection simply through getting more speed. So let's build him that way. We'll take a look at who were the other champions here. Stagnite, I think, was in pretty good shape. 219, perfect. Right? 269 accuracy, awesome. This guy's right where he needs to be. 36k HP. This guy is great. He wasn't on the team though, right? He would need complete masteries. So Tayrell was in a great place. Again, you might need more accuracy for Nightmare. But But yeah, so Mashalad, better gear. Jareg, better gear. And then let's just look here. That looks good. Good accuracy, 284. Good speed, 207. Defense is a little bit low. So, you know, if you like the gear that you've got on, you could run these up to 16, or you could replace them with 5-star gear. Get her a little bit more HP and a little bit more defense. HP is actually solid at 35, 36. So a little more defense would help. But yeah. I'm sorry, you have a question? Build her as a fast tank. That's exactly correct. That's exactly what you want to do. Because she does all her damage based on poisons. You don't care how hard she hits. Yeah. And then your Kale. Kale's great. 100% crit rate. Not that much crit damage here. 219 accuracy is just enough. You're stuck in the same situation that I am with my Athel on my newer account, which is that I'm still using the 4-star gear that you get right at the beginning of the game, because this lifesteal gear that they give you is so good with substats that it's really hard to replace, but it's still 4 stars, right? It's still 4 stars. So it's like, if you can start finding him 5-star gear, you know, to boost his crit damage, let's say, get his crit damage up 140%, 150%, that's going to do more damage. And then again, as you go to Nightmare, you're going to need a little bit more accuracy here. Maybe go for like another 20 accuracy and you should be fine. So he's good. Like, this is the right build for him. You just need to progress this build. So it feels like you can take this exact team probably into maybe like a 3-key Nightmare scenario, maybe even a 2-key Nightmare scenario, doing nothing but improving the gear. I don't think this is going to be a speed tune team for your Ultra Nightmare, because it doesn't have enough speed on it. And like I said, those uptimes on the debuffs aren't going to be 100%. Not the debuffs, on the buffs are not going to be 100%. So you will get one shot, but you know, the boss will land an AoE and just kill all your damage dealers, all your squishies. And then it'll just be Tayrell knocking away at him by himself for 3 rounds, you know? I'm sorry? Gear is always an issue. Yes, gear's an issue. But I'm just going to take a quick look at your forge here, because it does say 4,000. So you've got pieces here. You could run 16 legendary pieces here, perception gear. It's a CVC. It's a great time to do it. Use your charms. Use all your charms on your perception gear that are valuable charms. So if you're looking for boots that are speed boots, use a boot charm. Do whatever, but make sure that you're always using your rank and rarity charms either on perception gear, or if you have one of these special like forge pass ones, like righteous, defiant, bolster, instinct, or lethal. Lethal's really good too. You could do, this is the dark fey material from Doom Tower. But yeah, you could use them on any of these, but you should invest in pieces that make sense. And like I said, you have even if you don't use charms, you've got 16 5 to 6 star pieces here that you should roll up, because you could definitely use perception gear. We want some HP percentage chests or defense percentage chests and gloves. We want another set of speed boots at 5 stars or 6 stars if we can get them. In fact, I'm just for fun. Yeah, let's see what happens. Come on, let's see some gold. No gold, but hopefully some good epics. 6 star boots. Let's see what happens there. 6 star gloves, 6 star chest plate. Got some epics. Got a lot of epics. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Let's see if they're any good. Accuracy and HP, 6 stars. It has accuracy as a substat, so just I don't want to sell pieces that are marginal for you. Like if it's a really bad piece, I'll sell it. But so you could potentially find a use for that. This has speed, but no accuracy. But still, that's like the same thing. This is unfortunately, that's a bad boot. So let's sell that. Crit damage percentage with speed and attack. Flat defense with crit rate, crit damage, and HP. And 6 stars. I would hold on to that. Attack boots are awful. Attack percentage chest plate with accuracy and HP. That's not bad. Chest plate with crit rate and resistance, or weapon with crit rate and resistance is not great. HP, crit damage, and crit rate is okay. Attack and speed is okay. So you might have some options there for somebody. Maybe your Wukong. Yeah. Yeah, and so this is another thing that you can think about, everybody, when you're out there. It's like you've got here, what do we say, 26 stars, plus you've got a bunch of 5 stars you're trying to get gear on because they could be useful at 5 stars. You know, you've got your Soulbound Bowyer, you've got, you know, Metal Shaper. These are champions that you can use at 5 stars. Some might be on their way to 6 stars. Maybe Ruella is, maybe Painkeeper is. And so you want to get some gear on them. And so you have these pieces that are maybe either marginal pieces or they're good pieces, but they're on now a 5-star champion. So that is really where, you know, you go in here when you're rebuilding, especially when you're rebuilding like a clan boss team or an arena team. If you're doing one of those 2 teams, I always turn on the equip tab. I always do it because at least it'll let me see all of the pieces and I can decide if I want to cannibalize somebody, maybe one of those 5-star champions, to get better gear onto one of my clan boss champions. My 5 clan boss champions should be the best geared champions probably I have. Or, you know, if there's a champion that's on my arena team that's not on my clan boss team, that champion should be really well geared as well. At least to do the main goal. So like when we're talking about well geared, and we were just talking about this, you know, we did this with with Haikatoon. Her main purpose is to drive your team's engine, like drive the turn meter, drive the speed. And the faster she is, the better she does that. So even if you get disconnected in your arena team, like having her at 280 is better than having her at 250, right? It always is, even if you get disconnected, because it's like at 280, you're going to win more speed races. And not every enemy that you're going to face is perfectly speed tuned. So I would prefer not to be disconnected or non-speed tuned, but it's better to have your fastest champion be as fast as humanly possible, as fast as you can get on that, you know. So like this is good. This is good. But if we just look at her and we're like, hey, if we can say keep 250 accuracy and have her in 3 speed sets or a mix of speed sets and divine speed sets, get the maximum speed you can on her, get her up to 280. That's a goal for that. And then you look at a different champion and you're saying, well, what's the goal of that champion? What's the purpose of that champion? So whether it's your nuker, you're like, okay, what I need here is crit rate and crit damage, 100% crit rate, as much crit damage as I can, maybe some main stat. I don't care if she's squishy as all get out, right? She could have 1,000 defense. I won't care, because the idea with her is to go first. And if we go first and we kill the enemy team, we're never going to take a hit. So cannibalize your other champions when you're here in the filter. Like always click your equip. And then if you have to, you know, you go and you cannibalize the other champions, especially for things like speed boots or crit rate substats if you need that on a damage dealer. All right, so how you feeling? Was that helpful at all to you? Yeah. Like I said, it looks like you're doing the right things. Like I wouldn't, there's not much criticism of this account that I could levy that I would be like, you know, this is just wrong. I just think you're in that zone now where you've got good champions. So you need to continue leveling up the champions that you know are going to add new things to your roster. And you know who those are. Like those are fairly obvious and you're already picking good champions. And then the second thing is now you got to gear everybody. You know, it's like you got to get all of those 20 champions fully geared, and anybody new that you bring out, like to get value out of all 20 of these champions, they need to be better geared. So get into Dragon, make sure you're doing faction wars every day, get as much perception as you can, get the resilience pieces for free that you can, sell the crap ones for silver, roll up your, you know, gear, and also spend some time in your artifact storage, going through your gear, maybe doing a gear cleanse. I have a video on a gear cleanse if you need to like watch one as sort of a model. And that'll definitely help move you in the right direction, because at this point it's just gear. Like those 3-star pieces at level 70, seeing those 3-star pieces, that's the one thing where I'm like, that tells me that you haven't examined those champions in a while. Because at the very least, at level 70, you should be in 5-star pieces pretty much across the board, with just a few 4-star pieces hanging around that are really, really good. And so I think that's where the focus should be to move forward. And then remember, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Playing a lot of counts can definitely stretch you thin. And doing the maintenance things is like the non-fun stuff of accounts. So if you need to do a gear cleanse, if you need to do a vault cleanse, if you need to like run up masteries, like you got to get into Minotaur and run 500 runs of Minotaur to get some masteries on people. When you're running 3 or 4 accounts, that falls behind on every account, right? Because you'd rather be focused on, oh, this account, I just got a new champion. Let me go run that up. And that's really exciting. Or, this one I can get into, Nightmare Clan Boss. Let me go play that one. And then you end up bouncing around and not doing the little things that really add the important power in mid game, because you are very solidly in mid game at level 70. You're getting up there, right? So the things that are lagging behind are all those little maintenance things, all those little things, not the big things. Great roster. You're doing a great job there. You've got some good gear. You just need to mess around with it a bit. Clear out the bad gear, grind some more good gear, get everybody optimized. And this is going to be a great account. I would be very happy if this were, my account. Just looking at the champions, just Mashalad and Mishinaki, just those 2 champions. You got Artak for free, who's a god, right? So you don't have to worry about that. You have Frozen Banshee. So like you have your all the way up to Ultra Nightmare solution for clan boss damage dealing. You've got Ruella's, like you've got, Islin, like you've got all these champions that could do phenomenal things for your account, but none of them are going to be great until they're really optimized. And that means gear and masteries and books. So yeah, books is a whole other nightmare. Yeah. All right, click on this. All right. So, you have any questions for me before we go? I think we're going to call it here. Yeah. Yeah, and feel free to post your roster in Discord as we go, and if you have questions about builds or gear or anything like that, that's the place to go. If you can't get me every day, because I'm always everywhere, I'm running around, but there are tons of players in the Discord and I know you're in one of the clans, right? You're in Sun's clan. It doesn't matter which account you're on. We don't care. Like you don't have to only ask questions about your like Colred Plays clan account. You can ask about any account. We don't care. Just so get in there and use everybody as a resource, because I know there are a lot of really good players. And the conversation recently has been very lively. I think once we did our clan cleanse, we kind of had some people who were inactive on like 3rd and 4th accounts, and we finally, got some fresh blood in to replace them. And the conversations recently have been really good. Yeah. Exactly. All right. So, yeah, thanks so much for letting me take your account on, Morgwar, and good luck with it. And let me know how it progresses. You're welcome. All right, I'm going to unmute you, son. All right, you are unmuted. So yeah, sometimes these takeovers turn more into coaching because, with only 4.5 million silver and not necessarily a whole roster of a bunch of champions that we could go to, like I thought about pulling up the HH optimizer and getting a suggested clan boss team, but honestly, I think he's pretty close to what it would suggest. So probably Mishinaki would end up being thrown in there, but I don't know that, without building 3 or 4 support champions, I don't know what it would suggest that would be much different. So it's just more about optimizing. And I think that's the thing that I see a lot of, which is that especially, if you're an altaholic, like I can be, like I've definitely done, I've run up 15 or whatever account. It's like right now it's hard for me to play more than one account because I'm doing this. I'm doing this thing, this YouTube thing. But But normally I would, like, if I were playing 3 accounts, I'd be totally fine playing 3 accounts. But you do get into these cycles where, like, oh, account B is really popping off right now. That's where the fun is. So that's where I'm spending my energy. And in the meantime, account A, accounts A and C are languishing. And then you get to a shard pull event and account A pulls something great. And you're like, oh, great. Now I'm going to play that for a while. And then B and C are languishing. And it's like you never do the little annoying, frustrating, like odds and ends stuff, the housekeeping stuff that you need to do to keep an account optimized, because you're always chasing kind of the next little exciting, progression. And so what I've noticed is only playing 2 accounts right now, even though it is tricky, like especially when I'm looking, this is my main account right now. My main account has been hard to keep up with, but my new account, I optimize every day. I'm like cleaning out the roster, I'm cleaning out the vaults, I'm cleaning out the gear. I'm looking for, new things to forge and, different areas to make progress. And so as a result, like once I really switched my mentality, that's what I've got to do to keep up with Sun. I've made,
Why do you keep saying it like
I've
that?
made so much progress.
Son,
I got to keep up
this
with you.
guy.
It's so funny because the harder you grind, the more I have to grind to keep up with you. And the more I get into the grind and start focusing on this account, the harder you push. So it's like this runaway freight train at this point. I'm like, every day you're coming on, you're like, what about this thing? I got to do this thing. You got to do this thing. And I'm like, all right. Okay. Now I got to make moves. And then I'll be like, I'll have something and something will pop off and I'll be like, oh, that was great. I just won Keyed Clan Boss. And you're like, damn it. Now I got to work harder. It's like if I get ahead of you on anything, you're like, all right, I'm ahead on Faction Wars. I'm ahead on it, but you know what I just did today? I just did stage 19 Dragon.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, I didn't mention it yet. I just mentioned it right now. I'm like, tomorrow, Sun will have Dragon 20 done.
Yeah, probably. Now that you've told me that.
Yeah, you're like, there's a Dragon tournament going right now, and I'm only at stage 15, and he's at 19? That shall not stand.
Nope.
So
you liked my Doom Tower cheese last night, too. That was fun.
That was awesome. And I am rooting you on in Doom Tower. You are crushing Doom Tower. And it's so funny because all of that progression came out of like a 10-minute conversation we had at like midnight a couple of weeks ago, where it was like, and the funny thing is, it's almost the same solution that came out of another discussion we had about campaign when you were struggling to 3-star campaign. And I was like, don't run it as a duo, just solo it with Kale. And you did that and it worked. And all of a sudden, like this light bulb went on in your head and you were like, I don't need all of my champions all of the time. I was like, no, sometimes solo's better. And you're like, oh my God. And then we had this discussion earlier this week, or maybe last week, about Scarab Boss, and you were struggling to get through Scarab Boss. And you're like, I only have 2 of these Blood Shield rings. And I was like, but one's on Apothecary, right? And you were like, yeah. I was like, so just run Apothecary with somebody. And you're like, oh, it's on Fane. And then you duoed it with Fane and Apothecary. And now you're like, oh, like the possibilities have opened up.
Yeah, the ultimate cheese was putting the Blood Shield ring on Wukong.
That was phenomenal.
Apothecary. It's just all he does is self heal. It just respawns Wukong over and over and over again. It took me like 20-25 minutes, but knocked out. That was stage 50, I think. So.
It's such a beautiful solution. You have a self-revived
it's so
champion.
Silly. It's so stupid, but it's great.
So originally, when you ran it with Fane and Apothecary, everybody else died, and Fane and Apothecary duoed the Scarab Boss. No destroy HP like mechanic, so it just took forever. But Apothecary would just heal Fane, and Fane would do the damage. And then she would get hit, and Apothecary would heal her, and she would do the damage. And so she was tanking and damaging. And then you got to the second version of the Scarab Boss, stage 50 or floor 50 or whatever, and it didn't work. She was dying. He couldn't keep her alive. And so then you were like, well, I only have 1 of these Blood Shield rings. Let me put it on Wukong and see what happens. And then the great thing was he does die, just like Fane dies. He dies exactly the same way. Except Apothecary can keep himself alive long enough for Wukong to come back and then get like 1 hit and die.
Yeah.
He just gets 1 hit and
like
dies.
2 rounds.
Yeah.
You would get a couple skills off with Relentless, and it died. Then do it over again.
And because it was like during an auto battle, Apothecary would probably try to heal Wukong, and then he would die, and then the run would end. You had to manual it for like 25 minutes, and just have Apothecary heal himself, let Wukong die every time. Every time he popped up, you just like, okay, here's an A1, here's an A2, oh, I'm dead again. And then Apothecary just kept healing himself. And it was like such a beautiful solution. And I'm so happy about it and proud of you for doing it. And I'm simultaneously like, I haven't gotten through the first scarab yet. Like, I'm so like this CVC. Not only do we have to win, but I have to get a Blood Shield ring on somebody that I can take into Scarab Boss, because I literally have I have 3 Dark Elf rings, like Blood Shield rings. I don't have a single Dark Elf character on my roster. You know, it's like every ring that I've gotten has been in the wrong faction. I think I have, of all of my built champions, I don't know if I have a single. Whoops, I'm on the wrong account. But I don't think I have a single one, or maybe I have one. I think I might have one, but it's not on anybody important. Might be on like Jamarsa or something. So yeah. So it's been fun to watch, but it's like every time you get ahead, I'm like, I'm glad he's. It's motivating. Like, I'm glad he's doing well, but I got to catch up. I got to get through that Scarab Boss, because once I get through that Scarab Boss, I'm taking off. I've got the next 30 floors, unlocked. But right now, I'm still stuck at floor 19, and you're at what, 59?
Yeah. I'm on to the next spider boss.
You just make me mad. All right, let's get another takeover going. Let's get another takeover going. So, if you haven't already, make sure that you get in the Discord and sign up. Again, if you're just joining the Discord, unfortunately, it takes 10 minutes. So I probably should have said that before I was talking for the last 10 minutes.
I've been posting it in the chat through this entire time, so people have had their chances.
That's why we keep you around.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. Just offering up solutions.
My little
Scarab
cupboard under the
Boss,
stairs.
live streams, thumbnails. The man does it all. He's a Renaissance man. All right, so whenever you're ready, we can get started with the Wheel O Takeover.
Let's do it.
It's spinning. Still spinning. I have found that the more names that are on the wheel, the longer it takes to spin.
Yeah.
It's still spinning. What the heck? Come on, wheel. There you go. Wow, there are a lot of names on the wheel.
And the winner is Mythical Potato.
Mythical Potato. All right, Mythical. We were just talking earlier this week. Mythical's got a bunch of mythical names. It's like mythical this and mythical that. Majestic Unicorn says, wait, I need this. Sorry, man. Congrats.
Yeah.
To Mythical. So, Mo, just so you know, I do this every Tuesday. So I will be here next Tuesday giving away more free takeovers. Just want to make sure that you join the Discord community so that you can react to the wheel of takeover. Then we spin the wheel, and we typically give away 2 to 3 takeovers per week. Sometimes it's 2 when I'm long-winded. I'm sorry about that. I should be more efficient, but this is probably why you guys watch the stream. So if I just stood here silently clicking somebody's account, that would be less interesting, I think. Okay, let's get them in here. All right. I'm excited for another takeover. I'm also kind of excited for seeing what happens with this fusion, this mythical fusion.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, at least.
Yeah.
That much is guaranteed. Mythical, I went ahead and assigned you so you can join us in the coaching voice channel in Discord. Again, as we always say, you don't have to be on voice, you don't have to be on stream. totally optional. You can just chat. But we'd ask you to join us so that way we can have an open line of communication, and then just ping all of your account details.
Yeah, and what I would also suggest to anybody who actually wins a takeover and comes in here in the voice channel with us, turn off the sound on your stream. Right? Because I'm going to be speaking to you in Discord and there's a delay. So it's better if you do it this way. All right, so I've got
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah. Welcome.
What's up?
How you doing?
I'm gonna talk because I'm out and about.
Okay.
But I'll be in the call for a little bit, at least 10 minutes or so.
All right, sounds good. So what are you looking for in terms of, help on your account today? Anything in specific, or is it just you want me to take a general look?
Yeah, just like a general look, because this is my first time actually playing Raid. I've logged in occasionally for the last 2 years, so I have a lot of the event characters.
Okay.
But this is my first time actually trying to play.
Gotcha.
So I don't really know what I'm doing. I've tried to watch a ton of videos, but there's so much information that I know I'm missing out on a lot.
Yeah, there's always a ton of information, and it can be overwhelming. It's funny because I've been doing this since June, I guess, since the end of June. And every day I have to come up with an idea for a video. And every day I'm like, there's still 100 more videos to do. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's no end to the topics you can cover in this game.
And I watched the Ash in your video about the Ash interview. There's a ton to come as well, so it looks like I picked a good time to start actually playing.
Yeah, and you got the free Wukong, and you said you have some of the other login champions. Yeah, you have Artak and stuff, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I have Artak, Ninja, Ultimate Death Knight. I have a bunch of the older ones. Every time I saw the ads, I was like, well, I guess I'll update the game and get another free character.
Yeah.
I remember your post in the Discord. Like I've had this account for 2 years. I've just never actually played.
Yeah, I've been playing for about a week, a little less, and I've had the account for a long time. So
it's funny. I have a couple of accounts like that are older accounts that I started for a while. And I was like, oh, I'm going to play this account. And then I was like, I don't really have time to play this account. I'll just keep logging in to get the dailies. And then eventually I was like, I think I've logged in for 4 months and I haven't played it at all. But those were all alt accounts for me. So it was just still trying to play my main account. But yeah, have you been able to send me the info? I haven't. And just, make sure you log out so that I can get in. I guess I could kick you off. All right. Yeah, it's funny sometimes when you see accounts. I'll see accounts in Arena. You come up against teams in Arena that are Ninja, Deliana, Ultimate Death Knight, and Artak. And you're like, okay, well, that person's been logging in for a while. But, it's just take 4 powerful champs that you got. It's you probably got, nobody else. You just put them in the arena. And surprisingly, that kind of team does decently well because those champions are ridiculous. All right, we've got the information here. We're going to try logging in.
I just realized I was muted for some reason. I guess I'm doing all of this on my phone right now since I'm not at my house. So
okay,
I guess when I tabbed out, it muted.
Yeah, just so you know that for the login, you need an email address, not just a name.
Oh, do I? Oh, my apologies.
Yeah.
Oh, is it because you're logging in on Plarium instead of just the app or something?
Right.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. One moment.
There we go.
That should be everything, I assume.
Okay. Yep, worked.
Awesome. There we go. Oh wait, I need to just have your stream muted and not be in a different tab so I can see what's happening.
Yeah. You're watching the stream on your phone?
Yeah, I'm doing everything on my phone right now. I'm just chilling in my car.
All right.
Settings. How do I mute it on the phone?
It depends. Are you in the YouTube app?
Yeah, YouTube app.
Yeah, so there should be just a volume. You can just tap it.
Okay.
There should be. You've got 37,000 energy.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's been logged in for like the last 2 years, and I've never played. That's why I've actually used about 8,000 of it probably in the last few days. I've been playing a lot.
Okay.
I've been trying to get that energy out of there.
I love this. I love this. This is cracking me up. 36,748 energy, but only 111,000 gold or silver rather. Yeah, that's.
I know.
All right, so let's go ahead and look.
No, continue.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at the account. You got Marishka. And she is booked. This is a champion I know.
Kind of.
Well, she's fully booked.
Oh, is she?
Yeah. No,
Oh, yeah. I did just get the last 2 from the summoning champion event. I didn't realize I got to 5,500. Awesome. Forgot I did that.
So yeah, I don't know all of her skills. When you come across her in the arena, the thing that you know about her is her passive. Like that, if you kill her, she revives her team.
Everyone, yeah.
Yeah, so that's really strong for arena. But okay, so you've got Artak, who's at 50. You got Ninja at 60. You've got Ultimate Death Knight at 60. You got Nishak, Vermin Lord. Okay. You got.
I just don't have any more books for legendaries, so I've been kind of keeping them down at 50 or 0, level 1.
Yeah, you got Vizix. You got Cleopteryx. Okay, so this is such a weird account.
It's a weird account. I know. This is a very weird account.
All right, let's look at the vaults.
Yeah, because I've been watching your videos, and I watched your progression video. I'm like, the more I watch your videos, the more I realize how weird my account is compared to every other person.
Yeah,
because it's like 2 years worth of stuff, but not 2 years worth of playing. It's just login and stuff. Yeah,
and clearly, you've been pulling shards and stuff, and you've been
yeah.
So I mean, it's not like it's an empty account with just login champions, which would be even weirder. And you've got some 60s, so you've been playing it lately. But okay, so yeah. All right.
Yeah.
All right. This is I'm trying to think of where to begin. All right, so let's do 2 things. Let's talk about potential clan boss teams, and let's talk about potential arena teams, because those are the 2 most important. Like, your dungeon teams will come out of those teams. Do you know what I mean? Like, your dungeon team and your clan boss team are almost exactly the same team early on in the account. And even though this technically isn't an early game account, it is, right? Because you haven't been building a roster. You've just been getting great champs and building those champs out. So I'm going to just take a quick look. I mean, are you in Clan Boss right now?
Yeah, I don't know if I've done today's, because I was wanting to get Fane and Frozen, Banshee, and Taragi the Frog as high as I can before I do my I have like 40 keys as well, by the way. So,
yeah, you do. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just going to look at your team here.
Sounds good.
All right, so yeah, Marishka, I mean, she's got ally speed in all battles. Like I said, I don't know her well enough to know if she'd be a good clan boss champion. She brings strengthen on all allies for 2 turns, so that's good. Shield. Removes all debuffs, fills the turn meter of all allies. Okay, so not bad.
So what I've been doing is, since my account's not super great, I have her, and she's with Syl at the moment, because I don't have my team built. And so when she dies, she brings Syl back, and then Syl brings her back, and then she dies a few turns later and brings Syl back, and Syl brings her back.
Right.
And so it's kept my team alive a lot longer, but
that's not a bad plan. Like that makes sense tactically to do something like that. But okay, so she gets an automatic ally attack. Fane and Ninja are both phenomenal against Clan Boss. You don't need another damage dealer besides Ninja. Like Ninja can do Ultra Nightmare on his own, basically. As long as you can keep him alive, you're fine. But Fane brings you a weaken and a decreased defense and a decreased attack, and this is not an unkillable team, so that's good. All of those debuffs play. And obviously you've got Frozen Banshee at 60, who's a poisoner, so she's great. This trio here is a little bit weird. Probably what I would. I don't even know. I don't even know. I mean, Ninja brings your decreased defense, but you already have the decreased defense. But it's now 2 affinities, so that makes it more affinity friendly.
Yeah, I've been kind of just listening to people in Discord and just building who I've been told to be building.
They're all good champions.
Next
yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say next I'm thinking about working on Apothecary because I've been told I need to build him. Or if you have better elites, I should build. I have a lot of elite books, and actually I have a lot less rare for some reason. I guess that's just how the game gives you books. It's weird, but yeah.
So yeah, you've got no legendary tomes, but you got 51 epic tomes, so we could consider building epics. Let's go take a look at just the epics in your roster.
I should have a good amount. I don't know which ones are good, but I do have a lot of them.
Okay. Let's do this by affinity. That'll be easier. All right. So yeah, you have quite a bunch. Now, the things that we're looking for are increased turn meter. We want an increased attack potentially for your damage dealers. Obviously, if there's an unkillable option out there, we would look at that. Doesn't look like there is. All right, so I'm gonna think out loud a little bit. So there are some good champions here in terms of your epics that could provide a lot of different things. Like they're not all in the same areas, but so you've got Sepulchre Sentinel, who's got an increased defense and a block debuffs buff. This can help you go affinity friendly and keep you alive longer because that block debuffs can block either the slow from the spirit affinity or the stun, or potentially both, depending on the speed that you're going at and where, if you're speed tuned or not. You've got Allure here, who absolutely should be built on every account that pulls her, because her A1 can decrease 75% turn meter. And it's an A1. So this is an essential champion in Raid. Like there are very, very few champions that can do this kind of job well. And you have another one who's actually a legendary, which is you have Vizix. So Vizix and Allure combined will give you all of the turn meter control you could ever ask for on your team. She's going to help you through things like Dark Fae. They're going to help you through things like they're going to crush Fire Knight. These two champions crush Fire Knight. Vizix will help you in Spider. Allure is not so good in Spider because she's a random hitter, but Vizix will help you in Spider. She's also got an AoE slow and an AoE taunt. She'll help you in Hydra. So again, kind of just thinking out loud about the champions that you've got. So those are two champions that I think should be built at some point. Some other interesting champions here. You have Morag Bronzelock, who brings a strengthen and an ally attack. So she gives a strengthen here. She's got an ally attack on her A3. She's a defensive based damage dealer. She hits pretty hard. She's easy to keep alive. So she could work on a clan boss team. She could work in general content. Not super high priority, I don't think, because you have damage dealers. But just again, kind of thinking out loud. Royal Guard is a really good AoE HP, enemy max HP hitter for Hydra. Once you start getting into Hydra, this is going to be one of your main guys. I think you also had Husk. So these two are the primary damage dealers for that. You've got Hoskrol, who's got a great AoE stun on his A2. It's 75% chance because he's an epic, so it's not 100% chance. And then you've got this amazing poisoner here in Myceliac Priest Ornn, who he actually activates poisons on a 100% chance.
Okay.
And so he can activate 2 poisons every three turns. So he can help you
to help make it so that I don't hit like the max amount of poisons on the character. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. That makes
So
sense.
Myceliac Ornn would pair really well with if you were running Frozen Banshee, those two would pair really well together. Yeah. So now I want to start looking at Arena a little bit. I was thinking about Arena. You don't have turn meter fill.
Yeah, the only turn meter fill I really have is I have the free one, Hakatoon, and then I also have Marishka. Those are the 2 that I know of.
She gives you a little bit, right? Where is it here?
Yeah, she only
Those
gives
3 meters,
15%.
15%.
Yeah, it's not a good one, but
Okay, so without
it comes with other stuff.
Without an increase attack, a clear increase attack, without a clear drop defense. Well, you have Ultimate Death Knight. He drops defense, right? Does he drop defense?
No, he drops
attack.
And then he fears. So pretty much what I've been doing is just controlling people, but I need to get some turn meter manipulation and defense break and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, Wukong's the guy to run up, I think, for Arena.
Okay.
So here's what you could do. I mean, obviously you're better off going second. You're better off going second with what you've got. So
okay.
I would consider. I think you stick with UDK and Marishka. You could run up Scylla the Drakes to 6 stars. You want her at 6 stars anyway because she's going to be a backbone of all your dungeon teams. But so then potentially you could do Marishka, Scylla the Drakes, Ultimate Death Knight, and Sun Wukong. He'll be your damage dealer. You don't really care about the revive so much, but you'll have a reviver. This will be a disgustingly annoying team. Ultimate Death Knight and Wukong on the same team are silly, ridiculously annoying by themselves, like each one individually. And then you've got Marishka, who is crazy. Like, if they happen to kill Ultimate Death Knight, Marishka will then potentially die and bring him back, and then you can revive her with the Scylla the Drakes. And then Wukong just keeps coming back, and every time he comes back, he's got 100% turn meter. So that quad would be extremely annoying. It won't be fast, which is why you typically want to go first teams. Now there are some other champs you could consider building for Arena, which are actually pretty good and provide things that you don't have. And also can be good outside of Arena. Nishak Verminlord is the best bomb champion in the game. He can be used in Arena. He can one-shot teams by himself. He can one-shot tanky teams because bombs ignore defense. So he can be amazing. He can also be amazing in Bommel. He can be amazing in Clan Boss. You can make him your Clan Boss damage dealer. He will completely fill the debuff bar on Clan Boss, though. So that becomes a tricky thing to work on. Usually you would use him on an unkillable team because then you don't need debuffs on the Clan Boss to keep you alive. But great champion to build. Mighty Uko gives you a buff strip, but if you have Sun Wukong with enough accuracy, then you probably don't need her or him. I forget. But it could, that's a really good champion with the A1 AoE decrease attack. So this is great for wave content. You have Rhonda, who's a great damage dealer. She's also got the block passive skills and block active skills. And then you actually do have an AoE drop defense champion here. 100% decrease defense and 100% weaken against orcs and ogrins, which is not bad. Yeah, I
was looking at him. I just don't have books.
Yeah. So as far as your epics are concerned, since you have epic tomes, I mean, I think you got to build Allure and High Katoon and maybe Royal Guard or Husk or both at some point. You're going to want those champions. I don't see. Nobody jumps out at me for Arena.
Yeah.
So I think your best bet is to go with just like a go slow, grindy, go second team. You know, you could also think about putting Deliana on that team instead of, you know, maybe Scylla the Drakes. Like you might not need a reviver at all. You know, you might not really need heals at all. Like Mariska might just be enough. And then, you know, Wukong and Deliana just kind of grind your enemy down. So
Yeah, I'm currently in Silver 3, and what I've been doing is I have the Mariska, UDK, Ninja, and I don't remember, Sil maybe? No, Artak. And so pretty much I just freeze them all with what's his face, Ninja, and he does a good amount of damage too. So
yeah, he's great. I mean, so here's the thing about Ninja. You can take him everywhere. He can be your all around damage dealer. But if you're going to speed tune him for a clan boss team eventually, because he's probably going to be your Ultra Nightmare damage dealer, then sometimes that speed tune isn't optimal for other places like Arena. So I typically want my clan boss nuker and my arena nuker to be two different champions. And I'll usually even have a third nuker for like dungeons sometimes. Sometimes my clan boss damage dealer, especially early in the game, will be my dungeon. My clan boss damage dealer, yes, will be my dungeon damage dealer as well. So obviously your starter champion. Or like if you have Fane's great in dungeon, stuff like that. But you know, most dungeons, not really Spider, because Spider works differently, but Fire Knight, Dragon, and Ice Golem, you have to have a team that handles the waves well and then handles the boss well. So sometimes you need, you know, a damage dealer who either does both, or you need two different damage dealers, one for the boss and one for the wave. So, you know, Ninja can do all of that, and he's a good first one to focus on. And then Artak will handle pretty much everything that Ninja can't. And they're actually good together because they're both activators. So
yeah. I was really looking at that new Void 3-star. I really want to build her. She sounds really nice with Artak and Ninja. I feel like she would help. I don't know for sure, but she seems pretty
Selenia,
cool.
yeah. So what I would say is, you know, one of the things that you're going to have to figure out is your path, like your plan, right? Because obviously the bottleneck for you is not going to be good champions. It's going to be legendary tomes. Like you can't build all of your good legendaries because you don't have legendary tomes. So that means if you're not building Ninja out, you know, then he's not going to hit as hard as he could. And then if you are building Ninja out, you can't also build Artak out, and he's not going to hit as hard as he could, you know. And so you're stuck in that place, and you don't want to just be 6-starring legendaries that you can't run well. Now, some legendaries work fine without books, especially depending on where you're using them. So, for instance, you know, if we look at your legendary, or just your legendaries, let's go here. You know, if I'm looking at these, I'm like, okay, I can run Wukong unbooked. He does great. I can run, let's say I could run Syl unbooked for a while. I could run, you know, Rhonda unbooked for a while. You could run Alexander unbooked for a while. Like these are all champions that you'll get decent value out of without books. They're all better with books. Deliana, you can run without books. Same thing. Like you can run a lot of these champions without books. And then there are other champions where their value is so much multiplied by books that you absolutely want to put books on them. Artak is like one of those, right? Because when you think about it, if you look at this skills and you're like, okay, so HP burns landing 75% of the time versus 100% of the time, and a 4-turn cooldown versus a 3-turn cooldown, like the power multiplier in this skill getting booked is so strong that you really want this one booked. Now, sometimes you could say like, maybe I don't need the A1 book. And so this is probably moving forward what you're going to have to start doing. You're going to look at Vizix and you're going to be like, I need these extra chances to reduce turn meter because I don't want it to be 80%. I need it to be 100%. But if I drop 4 books here and get lucky and they all drop into the A1, maybe I leave the A2 and A3 where they are for now and I save these 6 books and I put those somewhere else. And so you're going to have to be creative about how you book these legendary champions. And then what you're going to do is you're just going to be saying, well, since I don't have books and books are my bottleneck, I can probably 6-star a ton of non-legendary champions. So now you're going to start looking at rares and you're going to look at epics. And like, you've got 40 epic books, but you don't necessarily just want a 6-star a champion to 6-star champion, right? You want to make sure that it's going to add value to your account. Oh, I just noticed something.
Okay.
This guy's a turn meter fill.
Oh, which one?
Marksman.
I'm behind a little bit on the stream. Oh, Marksman. Okay.
Yeah, I just noticed that. I was like, yeah, I think you only had one turn meter fill, and then I just noticed you had a second one. So, but yeah, so my point being that, like, you know, like Allure might jump to the top of the list. You know, Haikatoon might jump to the top of the list because these are epics that you can get to 6-star and fully book right away. And again, even with Haikatoon, this is something that you can do with Haikatoon. You want a book in the A2. That's the turn meter fill. The A1 and the A3, technically you don't need books there. They're better with books, but you don't need books there. So you could, you know, bring up an epic, get the book in the place that you want, and then get another epic going. But I would primarily focus on things that you don't currently have, you know, like on the roster. Well, so turn meter control, turn meter fill and speed, maybe a slow. Here you've got, you know, Royal Guard. The nice thing about his A3, he's got 4 hit at random. They all have a great chance to land slows. So you can obviously slow a boss really easily. You can also slow, you know, several members of a wave, not all of the members of a wave. You know, so you just start picking your epics. But the rare that you were talking about, do you have her? Is she in the vault, maybe?
Which one are you talking about?
Selenia.
Are you talking about? Oh no, I don't think. Oh no, yeah, I have 2 of her. I have 2 copies of her.
There she is. She's yeah.
Yeah, she's in the vault. Oh yeah, I have a few more in the vault for some rares and stuff. So I have Apothecary. I got War Maiden and Selenia in there that I think I want to upgrade.
Yeah, so Apothecary and Selenia would be great additions. Again, like you said, I think Selenia works well with another HP burner, preferably Artek, who's like an AoE HP burner, or, you know, somebody like a Sissia Flame Tongue, or, you know, even like a Mordecai, as somebody who's got an AoE HP burn. But let's see, let's look at her. But the nice thing about her is because she's a rare, you can run her up and book her out pretty easily. And so it doesn't actually, you know, prevent you from running somebody else up, depending on how much food you can create. And you've got 39,000 energy, so you can create some food.
Yeah.
You know, do you use RSL Helper, by the way?
No, I have, because I've been logging in for so long, I have like 2,000 auto battles I can still be doing.
Oh,
so
right. Yeah, there you go.
I've not used it yet, but
Yeah.
here soon I probably will be.
So this, you know, she's got a chance to get the HP burn out there, which is not bad. The AoE, which increases duration of HP burns, that's what's going to help you with the RTAC. And then she's got the heals on her A1, the turn meter fill. Very good champion. I was really happy when they introduced this champion. Yeah, but dude, like, I don't even know what to do with your account. I want to take a look at your gear real quickly.
That's a weak point. I got a bunch of, or not a bunch, but I got a decent amount of perception gear that I used for Ninja. From just logging in, it gave me some good gear. I don't have much gear that's good. I've been trying to do dragons, and that's pretty much it.
Okay.
It's rough.
So this piece right here, this is one of the starter pieces. I think this piece is as well. And then these boots probably are. Yep, those are the boots. So you want to, and these gloves. So, you know, based on where you are in terms of gear, like, you can't be scoffing at good 4-star gear. Like, your champion roster is sick and your gear is sickly, right? Because it's like you haven't you can't get gear just from logging in. So the places that you want to be getting gear from are obviously, you know, if you can get the faction crypts going. Faction crypt should be a strong suit for you. You have so many legendaries, just run them up to 50. You know, just put them in, you know, like you need to run champions up and you need to get food and you need to get some 6-stars, but just get all of these champions to 50. Any one of them in crap gear will probably carry you through at least the first boss in their faction crypt. Like these are great champions. Ronda will crush barbarians for you. You know, like Uko will carry you through skinwalkers. Nishak will crush, skinwalkers. Oh, you got both of them in skinwalkers. You know, so you're good there. Vizix will help you in dark elves. So like all of these, your skinwalkers are ridiculous because you got Wukong, Nishak, and
I have 4
Mighty Uko.
legendaries.
Yeah, so and Cleopteryx, and then you got Fane. So you're gonna crush that. And then you can start getting a ton of more perception gear, and that's going to be a big help for you. But in the meantime, find a damage dealer, like maybe Rhonda, or maybe, depending on the situation, like maybe Royal Guard. Get them in that 4-star lifesteal set that you get for free, and they can be a good, like supplemental damage dealer. They're going to carry you in that faction crypt. They're going to help you out in other places. Because sometimes just having lifesteal gear on somebody can be incredibly powerful. You do have Scylla the Drake, so that reduces the need somewhat. But as you're trying to push those top tier, dungeons, trying to get to dungeons like stage 20 and stuff, sometimes just a great damage dealer in a lifesteal set, like the whole team dies and then they solo the dragon. Do you know what I mean? Like that will happen.
I have Dragon to 23, I believe, because Marishka is, I don't even know how, she's so good in Dragons, so I don't even have to have any good gear for that at the moment. I don't know how I've been able to get that far, but it's a pretty slow run. But if you wanted to try to run it, you could see what happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch this.
Okay, yeah. So Dragons is what I've been working on. I've neglected a lot of stuff trying to level up characters. So other dungeons I'm way behind on. Minotaur I have at 15. I have Arcane Keep at 20. I can do a bunch of stuff. Spiders is terrible because Artec's only 50 and unbooked and bad gear. So I'm working on those at the moment. But Dragons is where I'm able to actually do stuff.
Well, okay. So what I would say here is typically if you're going to farm Dragon, you farm at 20, 24, or 25. So the most efficient, especially for the Dragon tournament that's going on right now, is going to be 20 for you. So don't bother with 20, 23.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that's just based on drop rates and energy and stuff like that. So it's also going to save you a lot of time because you're gonna do 20 so much faster than 23.
Yeah.
And so it's just per energy, the return's going to be a bit better. I do think when you're talking about Spider, you already have the solution. Artac is the solution. You can also use Ninja there for a while. Scylla the Drakes is great there. But for most of that fight, you're gonna want a slow on the boss. You're gonna want some turn meter control on the boss. Maybe depends how hard your Artac hits. Like if you had him maxed out and you could just nuke all the spiders really quick with the HP burns, you probably wouldn't care about any of that stuff, but you don't have them built that way yet. So I think the perception build is probably going to be best for your Artac. So the more perception gear you get, just get him in 6 pieces of perception. Get him as fast as you can get him. Make sure he's got the right accuracy. Okay. Get him up to 6 stars and don't worry about his books yet. And that's going to help you get to Spider 20.
I just realized I took off a couple pieces of his gear to put on a Fane. So he's
he's half naked. I saw that.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's going to be a slow run.
But it's all right. It's already 5 minutes typically, so it's normally slow. But what happens is Ninja just solos the dragon, and Marishka and UDK keep everybody alive pretty much. And so it's really slow, but it's been working kind of.
Well, when we talk about wave content, then we're doing the waves here in the dungeon. I mean, in all my videos, I say there are 3 ways to approach waves, right? You either nuke them out, you tank them up, or you CC them. And you've gone for options 2 and 3, right? You are CCing them and tanking them simultaneously. It's like you have some champions who could nuke, but you don't have the gear yet to get them to that option.
Yeah.
So this is going to be primarily Marishka, Scylla the Drakes, and UDK just keeping everybody alive, while your relatively weak damage dealers, eventually burn everybody down. But you can see how hard Ninja hits. Like he hits so hard. He just took off a good 15% of that boss's HP with his A2.
Yeah.
So yeah, that hail burn is just brutal. So that, I mean, yeah, you've got good teams. I just think that you don't have flexibility right now. You don't have anybody who's bringing speed. You don't have like an increased attack. You don't have a turn meter fill. You don't have champions who do things like extend buffs, or cleanse. Like she's got a cleanse. Marishka's got a cleanse. Never mind. But like the top of your roster is so top heavy. It's so good, and the bottleneck is going to be legendary tomes forever. Like for the next year, you're going to be farming every legendary tome you can get. You don't even care about like shard events at this point. Do you know what I mean? Like what you need epics.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? You don't even care about legendary. So that wasn't that slow. That was 3 minutes 52 seconds.
That's a lot faster than I thought it was.
Yeah.
That's my new best time. So I guess I've worked on them a little bit since I last did that. Wow, 23 at 350. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was like 530 or something like that. All right.
Maybe taking that gear off RTAC made him faster somehow.
I guess.
Yeah, but so the next thing I would want to see, because you're in my clan, right?
Yeah.
So the next thing I want to see out of you is like this energy down, half. Like cut this in half. Win a couple of tournaments. Get some relentless gear. Seriously, like ignore all the other events. You've got a dragon tournament right now. Let's look at your dragon tournament.
Yep.
This is a beautiful tournament for you.
Yet. Yeah. I was wanting to start, but I've been working today. But I will be doing it as soon as I get home.
You got 2,000 auto battles. You got 36,000 energy. Literally, click go. Do Dragon 20 1,000 times, and you'll have gear. You'll have silver. If you want, this is a good thing that you can do as well. If you can do Dragon 20, say with 4 of those champions or 3 of those champions, like if you could just take, let's say Marishka, Scylla Drakes, and Ninja, or UDK, I don't know, Artak and Marishka. Like take 3 of those champions in, or 4 of those champions in. Put food champions in the other spots. Start grinding up your food that way, farming up your food that way, and then win this 6-star relentless gear. Win this 4-star chicken and some gems. Like start collecting the materials that you need to start booking out those other champions we were talking about. You should win every tournament you get serious about for like the next month or 2, because you have so much more energy than anybody else. And 6-star relentless gear is legit. Plus sometimes it's even like, it's not epic. It can be legendary. It could be even mythical. Not mythical. Yeah, mythic. Whatever. Mythic. So get yourself some relentless gear. That's going to help alleviate some of the relentless or the gear issues. And then the other thing is, like I said, if you can grind up some of those champions to 50, throw them in faction wars, right? Start getting stars. Like, all of these should be getting pushed. Like Banner Lords, not barbarians. What's her face is Banner Lords. Rhonda's Banner Lords. So you have champions that can start to unlock some of these crypts for you. So get some stars on that, get those materials, get that perception gear.
Yeah, Ninja has beaten the boss in his. I don't think I've beaten any other boss, but he's gotten up to like 11 or something in his faction. The Skinwalkers, I probably can once I level up some of the legendaries, like you were saying. So I'm at the boss in Skinwalkers.
This is a stupidly strong team. This is a stupidly strong team. Obviously, but you might be able to just say, put some 4-star gear, 3-star gear, total crap gear on these 3 champions. Like try to build them with at least the right stats. Get them to like level 20 each. Do you know what I mean? Just run them through campaign 15 times. Get them to level 20 each. Knock this boss out. You'll probably go up to like stage 10 or something. Get yourself some, more resources to get more perception gear. Keep doing that. This one should be the first one you max out. You should absolutely max this faction crypt out like in the next 4 rotations, maybe, depending on how much good gear you get and how much energy you put into it. The only downside here is your support is not a healer. Your support is just a reviver. So potentially, that could be problematic with some of the bosses. I don't remember all of the bosses in Skinwalkers. It's a little bit tricky, but you have more than enough damage. You have more than enough, in terms of debuffs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So maybe some regen gear or immortal gear to keep some people alive. Maybe some lifesteal gear if you need it on like Clio or on Wukong or something. And yeah, that should that should be good. But also, you know, like if we look at any of them, like here, Artak alone should be able, even at 50 unbooked, he should be able to get you probably up to the first boss, if not through the first boss. And that perception gear becomes critically important. So,
Yeah.
even with your account at this point, like if I go into the Forge and I look at perception gear, one of the things that you don't think about, but those first 6 stages only give you materials for 3 and 4 star gear. You need so much that 3 and 4 star gear could be worth it for you.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? You need so much perception gear. You do have a piece.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I literally had no clue I could do that. I didn't know I could switch it to 3 and 4.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's pretty helpful. I've always been at 5 and 6 this whole time.
Yeah. Looking
Thank
at
you
it,
for
you're like, I don't have any materials. But yeah, you just if you just get the common or the rare materials, you can get 3 and 4 star gear, and that'll at least get your roster like moving. You know. Yeah. And if you have any more questions, you know, you're in my clan. Put that in the clan chat. Let us know, you know, what you're looking to do next.
We'll do it.
And it's such a weird account. I really don't know. I don't have any clear advice for you in terms of team building. I think the best thing that you can do is level up champions that give you something that you don't currently have on the roster. Like Allure is so strong. Vizix is so strong. Haikatuna is going to be great for you. Like, look at those champions. Consider, you know, whichever one you want to build next is fine. It doesn't necessarily matter. And then the other thing is focus on grinding gear and chickens as often as you possibly can, because you've got all this energy. Burn through it as fast as humanly possible. And that's gonna move your account.
All right. And Fire Knight, what does that drop me? Because I don't even know if I've done a single Fire Knight run. Because I've been focused on dragons. Because I was like, hey, my team's pretty good for this, so I've only done pretty much dragons and leveling up spotters. What I've been doing. Yeah.
So if you do want to get good at Fire Knight, I would say, you know, the champion that you're probably like, Ninja's good here. Physics is going to be good here. And Rhonda is good here because you need multi-hitters and then you need turn meter control. Fane can be good here, actually. She's got a double hitter on her A1 with some turn meter control. But so what do the primary set you're going to want from here is Savage. Savage is going to increase the damage of like a ninja. But there are going to be some other good sets that are going to be really valuable for you. One is going to be regeneration. Yes. Yeah. So regeneration is going to be huge for your account because you've got, you know, UDK, RTAC, you've got a bunch of other tanky champions. Deliana can use it. Stun is also really good. And then I think the other one that you might, you know, be interested in is probably shield. If you can get a good shield, sometimes that can be, you probably don't need it. You're tanky enough that maybe you don't even need shield. And then crit damage and immunity are all good. So this is the best dungeon to farm overall in terms of gear. Not necessarily early game. Speed and lifesteal are on the dragon, and those are the most important early game sets. And speed is the most important set ever. Like, that's always the most important set. Yeah. But in terms of like the likelihood of dropping a good piece is highest in Fire Knight. But you don't really have, you like don't have a Fire Knight team. Yeah. Because you don't have a lot of multi-hitters. So you'll probably get through like level 6 or 8 or something, and then you'll stall out until you start building like, you know, your Vizix, your Rhonda, your Allure. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's, I don't know if I have any other specific questions. Oh yeah, Doom Tower. How do you think I will do then when I unlock it? I'm like 2 levels away. Do you think I could do all right in Doom Tower, or what do I need to work on for that aspect?
RTAC will get you through the waves. Vizix is great for pretty much all of the bosses. Like she's insanely good. People don't really talk about her that much. She's a free champion. You get it 270 days. It's like, how good is she? She's unreal. In fact, she's the champion that will clear Doom Tower hard mode, like floor 120 for you. You need this champion to beat Dark Fae realistically. Like, she's the best, probably the best champion in the game for Dark Fae, but she's definitely the best free champion in the game for Dark Fae. It's not even close. So between Artak, Sill of the Drakes, and Vizix, Those are all,
Mhm.
those are most of the floors all the way up through Doom Tower Hard. There'll be some floors you struggle with, but that trio is the foundation of your Doom Tower squad. They're also going to help you on pretty much all of the bosses. The first boss this round is the Scarab boss, which is going to be tricky unless you get some rings from CVC, because you probably don't have any Blood Shield rings at all.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was. I heard you saying that in the last account takeover, but I didn't know it. I just figured it was shield. I don't I didn't know what blood shield was.
So if you look here at the Clan v Clan tournament,
Uh-huh.
these accessories, these rings that look different, they're two types of rings. So the flaming ring is a ring that gives you a 50% chance of, I think it's, or 25% chance of turning a critical hit into a normal hit in a, like, basically you use it in an arena to stay alive if you lose the speed race. So it's a
Okay.
PvP ring. The second ring
Oh,
here,
okay.
the kind of fatter looking ring, the non-fiery one, these are blood shield
Mhm.
rings. And what these do is anytime you land a hit, you get 5% of the damage that you've dealt as a shield. Now, the reason like that's so
Mm.
important is 5%, like the shield is tiny. It's almost irrelevant. Like in terms of keeping you alive, it won't do anything. But
Okay.
unfortunately, you're not in Doom Tower, so I can't look. But the Scarab boss counterattacks any champion who doesn't have a shield when they hit the Scarab boss. Okay, so by having this blood shield
Oh, yeah.
ring, when you hit the Scarab boss, you get a shield, and it counts as having a shield. Basically, you get the shield before it like checks to see if you've had a shield. So every time it checks, you're going to have a shield. And so that's going to reduce the number of counterattacks that the boss uses. And his counterattacks provoke. So if you get provoked and then they poison you, and then you can't, like, you get locked out of all your skills, basically. So the easiest, simplest way to build an effective Scarab boss killing team is to build
Mhm.
just blood shield rings on everybody.
So this Scarab boss, it's probably, since it's the first one, it's not going to be too bad, right? Because I have UDK gives me my whole team a shield, and it's pretty quick cooldown, and so does Marisha. So I might be okay against that, just because I typically have a shield up 24/7 as of now, at least. So I don't know, but
So this is going to help. She also has a cleanse, which is
Uh-huh.
going to help. If she has enough resistance, then she could potentially be your cleanser, and then you don't necessarily need
Uh-huh.
a shield because she won't get provoked. Do you know what I mean? And then she can cleanse everybody and kind of keep them moving. I'm actually wrong, by the way. I think Scarab boss is the second boss. I think the Magma Dragon's the first boss. But yeah, the Scarab boss is in the rotation, and he's the hard one to get past. So the earliest level of the boss you might be able to get through with Marishka, and maybe, you know, if you have another, you said you had somebody else. Who else gives you a?
Yeah, UDK gives us a pretty big one too. Normally they can't break the shield. It normally expires, and by the time UDK's expires, Marishka brings up a shield, and then by the time hers expires, he brings up. So that's pretty much what I've been doing. I think that's how I've cheesed, I guess you could say, a lot of the content that I've done is just because they are so thick. Yeah, I've just been able to
Yeah,
live.
that looks like it'll work. So a couple of things. One is you just have to make sure that probably you're going to have to manual the opening of the fight to make sure that the top, cooldowns are right. But they're both on the same cooldown. They're both on a 3-turn cooldown. They're both up for 2 turns. So you have 100% shield coverage. However, if anybody goes before one of those two champions, like if this is not your fastest champion and somebody else goes, then they're not going to have the shield when they hit, and they're going to start the cycle. You're going to get provoked, and then you won't be able to get the shields up.
Okay.
So you do have the champions to get through the Scarab boss. And honestly, if you can get through the Scarab boss, the other bosses, for the most part, are a lot easier. And so potentially once you get into Doom Tower, you could run all the way, you could run 60 floors or 70 floors before you really start running out of gas with this comp. So
Awesome. Okay. My goal was to get Mariska as fast as I can because I want to have fast and healthy. Like,
yeah,
that's what I've been told. So I was planning on getting her way faster than Ninja. But right now, Ninja's my fastest, even though he's only like 180 or something like that. Yeah, my gear is what I've been trying to improve.
You've got these 5-star speed boots. You don't have any silver, but you've got 5-star speed boots in the perception set. which would be just as fast as the boots that you have on her. Like they would add 5% speed, so you'd get an additional 5 speed. You would complete a perception set, which would give you an additional 40 accuracy. So like this is absolutely, this should go on her.
Okay.
And then these boots you can pull off of her and you could put on somebody who's going to get more value out of attack and ignore defense. This could go on your ninja. This could go on your Wukong. This could go on, yeah, probably one of those 2 champions. It could go on your Fane, but Fane typically you need the accuracy, so I probably wouldn't put it on the Fane.
Yeah.
You know, it could go on your, probably not on your Nishak. He doesn't, but it could go on Rhonda. So yeah, I would definitely swap that out because that feels like a place where you can easily get at least, you know, obviously you need to match this level before you swap them out. Like get to at least 14 before you swap them out, or otherwise you're going to lose speed. But you're going to get 40. Does she do any debuffs?
Who? Which one?
Marishka.
Oh, she does not. So she needs no accuracy at all.
Yeah, so that's probably why you didn't put them on her, because you're like, I don't need accuracy.
Yeah.
So you could put those boots on, you know, you could put those boots on Wukong instead if you wanted. You could put those boots on, well, Fane's already got the good boots. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I just took them off of Artak, I think.
Yeah, I might put him on Artak. I might put him back on Artak, get him, because he needs accuracy.
Yeah.
All right, man. Weird account. Good work.
Yeah, I'm trying.
No,
yeah, I've noticed, like you said, it's weird comps. So my YouTube videos that I've been watching don't apply so much to me. I'm like, oh gosh, this is rough, but I'm working on it.
The fundamental stuff, which I've already mentioned, but I'll mention one more time. I mentioned it in all the videos where I'm talking about builds and rosters, right? Like how to 6-star your next champion, or like how to build an effective roster. It's the 2 concepts that are ultimately the same, and this doesn't change for your account, even though you're a weird account, is when you look to 6-star a new champion, look to get at least 1 or 2 skills that you don't have on your roster already, right? So whether you're choosing an epic to bring up or, you know, a rare to bring up, it's like you don't want to just look for synergy. You want to look for versatility. You want to look for like roster versatility, you know? So there are things you just clearly don't. You have amazing champions, but there are some things you clearly don't have yet. So focus on those things, because let's say your first 12, like 6 stars, they should only a few of them should overlap with each other. So like they should look like 12 fairly unique or different champions. You know, like, yeah, you can have a little bit of overlap here and there, but you don't want a ton of overlap. So like, you have Frozen Banshee. You don't need another poisoner. You don't need any other poisoners. Do you know what I mean? There are probably other great poisoners out there, but you're like, hey, I already have my single target, like boss killing poisoner. You don't need another weaken champ. You don't need another decreased defense champ. Like you've got your Fane right there. So, you know, look for things that you don't have. Or if you're going to double up on something, you want to make sure that like you're doubling up in different affinities or doubling up in different locations. So like maybe you have an arena nuker, you have a clan boss nuker, and you have a dungeon nuker or a wave content nuker or something. Like you could spread that out. But so always look to add new versatility to your roster. And then the second thing is the compositions are to optimize any composition you build. It doesn't matter what kind of composition you build. To optimize any composition you build, choose a primary purpose for each champion on that composition and build them accordingly. Don't try to get everything out of everybody. Do you know what I mean? So if you have a turn meter filler and speed booster like Haikatoon, go for pure speed. Don't worry about the fact that she debuffs. Like, you don't care. You're too early in the game to try to make her do everything. Like, but if you can get her to 250 speed, then you use her that way. You know, like if you have a Scylla the Drakes and you're like, Scylla the Drakes is my AoE stunner, and I'm like, all right, then I need accuracy on her, right? I'm not as worried about like her survivability as I would be if she were my healer reviver. Now, eventually you can get her to be all of those things, but you don't have the gear for it right away. So make sure that like right now, if I look at her, you know, obviously you don't even have all the gear built on her, but it's like you're building her towards accuracy. That's great. So keep building towards accuracy. get a little bit of speed on her, that's fine. But make sure that she has the accuracy because you're using her as a debuff. If you need her as a tank or a healer, then you go the other way. Then you're like, all right, I don't need as much accuracy. Like if I get a slow out, great. But if I don't care. I just want her to be alive. You know? So yeah, add versatility. And then like, it's weird because the champion pool adds versatility, but each champion is more specialized than they will be later on. You know, like you will make them do more roles. Like Wukong, debuffer or nuker. Probably not both right away. You know, eventually he'll be both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. I've been trying to do both, I think. So that's helpful.
And when you hear about an amazing champion who can do all these godly things, you want to do all those godly things, but you just don't have the gear for it, right? So make sure that they're useful for one thing, and then use that one thing to go and get the gear that's going to make them useful for more things.
Yeah.
All right. Mythical?
So just real quick.
Yeah.
Do you mind? I just don't want to ask you too much, but
go ahead.
If you don't mind, real quick, could you go into champions and maybe favorite a few that I might want to look at a little more than others? I'm not gonna like follow it guideline base for base, but maybe to help get me on the right track. Maybe favorite a few people that I might want to build down the road.
All right, I'm gonna.
If not,
from the legendary standpoint, the only one I'm gonna favorite is Vizix right now because I think. And so actually, let me actually not do that. Let me not do any legendaries. We've talked about legendaries enough. What I would say is in terms of the epics, you've got these two already with hearts on them, so that's good. And then the other one would probably be High Katoon.
All right.
Whoops. This.
Do you think I should take off the heart from Inquisitor Shamail? Is that how I say his name? Because
Shamail, yeah.
He's another attack person. I don't know if he really does anything that I don't have per se. I know he fills his turn meter and stuff, but should I build him anytime soon?
He's a Hydra god, but so he's the solution for the Head of Torment. So until you are in Hydra, he's not a priority. He's okay outside of Hydra. He does some okay things, but you've already got that covered. So until you start building your Hydra teams, and probably your first Hydra team, you won't need him. But once you start getting into like trying to build a second Hydra team, he's going to become a huge priority then. But yeah, you don't need him to have a heart on right now. I would say he's fine for a while.
Yeah. That's why I stopped building him, is I was working on him because everybody was like, man, this guy's amazing. So I put a heart on him and I was like, well, he kind of just does what I already have at the moment. So I stopped working on him.
That's exactly true. So you've got these three. I would say, Apothecary is another option. I wouldn't necessarily at the moment bring up Apothecary and High Katoon, but what I would say is you could choose one or the other. The reason to choose High Katoon over Apothecary is the fact that she has the speed aura and he doesn't.
So are they're very similar? Is that
they have so they both do. I'll show you the skills. This A2 fills the turn meter of all allies by 15% and places a 30% increased speed buff on all allies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. And then if you look at his A3, it's the exact same thing. Okay, so increased speed, fills turn meter of all allies, 3-turn cooldown. So they have the exact same skill. Now, the major difference here, for the most part, obviously one's an epic, one's a legendary, so the epic is harder to like book out and all that. But High Katoon has ally speed in all battles by 19%. Apothecary doesn't have that. So she's going to get you going faster than he will if she's your lead. In addition, she has a slow on her A1, which is really strong. And then some turn meter decrease on her A3 on an AoE, which is nice. So she's really about speeding your team up and slowing the enemy team down. What Apothecary does is he has a triple hitter on his A1, which is really helpful in Fire Knight. And then he's got this nice big single target heal. So he gets you moving and then he keeps you alive. And then he can also like break shields.
So if I was to use Mariska in the team, Mariska has a bigger speed lead than a speed lead. Sorry, Aura. I guess in this game, I play a lot of Summoners War. That's what I used to play. But she had a bigger speed Aura. Would it be better for me to use Apothecary with her then?
That's a good point. Yeah, potentially it could, depending on. So because you have Scylla the Drakes and she's got a slow on her A1, the slow on Haikatoon's A1 may not be as important. They are different affinities. That's something to consider. Slow is a very good skill to have, especially on an A1. But you're also considering building out Royal Guard, who has a slow on his A3. And then, if you're getting the turn meter, if you build Vizix has an AoE slow. So you potentially are getting slows from a bunch of different places. So you might not need Haikatoon, and Apothecary would be cheaper to build out and provide a lot of the same speed utility. And you're right, Marishka has a better speed aura. So that could be definitely a way to go. And that would save you some epic books, and you can just like go straight to, Allure, or go straight to Royal Guard instead of messing around with Haikatoon. That's a good call.
All right. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know if I was missing any other thing that Haikatoon really did. All right. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Let's call that there then. And definitely let me know. Obviously, we're in clan. Let me know how it's going. Like, shoot me some updates as you progress your champion.
Yeah, we'll do. One final thing before I leave. What should my next objective be? Sorry, I watched your progression thing, but since I already have like dragons up pretty far, what do you think the first step should be after that? Should I focus on leveling people, or should I go straight into another content real quick?
Win your dragon tournament, get into faction crypts.
Okay.
Level up your food. Like level up all your 50s. Like get all your legendaries to 50. Get into faction crypts, start collecting perception gear, and start gearing out. You don't need to do anything else in the game than what you're already doing, other than gearing and moving towards eventually a clan boss team or like a good arena team. You don't have the champions to just revamp either one of those teams right now. Whatever you've got in there, just keep in there. But absolutely crush some tournaments. Go win yourself some tournaments.
Yeah.
Get some gear, and then as much experience as you can get onto your roster in terms of levels. So whether that's, getting 5-star chickens and turning, the epics into 6 stars and getting them booked out and all that, do that. You don't need to go anywhere. Just faction crypts. So,
all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just level in for now, and then that's what I should focus on.
Yeah. And I mean, if, when the tournament ends, if you have a ton of energy and you want to throw some into Fire Knight, you want to throw some into like push your dungeons a little bit, that's fine. But like the bottleneck by far on your account is going to be tomes, like legendary tomes, and then after that it's going to be gear. And you can't do anything about the legendary tomes other than maybe winning a couple in like events and stuff, which you might have energy for, and then go and get gear. Just get gear for the next month. Do nothing but focus on gear and getting 6 stars.
All right. Yeah, sounds good.
All right, Mythical.
Thank you for the takeover.
You're welcome. All right. So we are at 5, just after 5 o'clock. So I'm thinking I want to do one more.
You want to do one more?
I want to do one more. Yeah, I haven't really, like, these are all been really coaching sessions. I want to see if we can get somebody who maybe I can actually build some stuff out for. So why don't we try to get one more? So if anybody is interested in a takeover, just make sure that you're already signed up. And at this point, sometimes we get winners who are like not here because people, signed up earlier in the stream and then left. So let's just see if we can get somebody who's here on the stream on the first try. Oh, wow.
Yeah. We've got a whole bunch of people in. So
I'm watching the reactions just pop off. We got 40, 50, 60, 70. We got something like 75 people. Cameron Newton says, I have an account that you can build something on. That almost sounds like you're taunting me. It's like, I got an account you can build something on. Hey, buddy, I'll give you an account to build something on.
All right.
The Fatal Virus is scared
shot.
boss is the third boss. Yeah, you're right. He's not the first boss. We're spinning the wheel. We're going to try to... This one might be a little bit short. Sorry, whoever gets this one. Might be a little bit short, but potentially we could build something. Cameron Newton needs an endgame Fire Knight hard team. I'll tell you what, Cameron, I would love to help you out, but I don't have my endgame Fire Knight hard team yet. So that's not my area of expertise. I definitely have the champions. I'm sure I can do it soon, but
All right, we got our next winner, Mew.
I believe it's Maeve, right?
Maybe.
Maeve? That's what he said last week, I think.
It's a W. Mew.
Chang says, I need a Fire Knight 10 hard
Pokemon with an
speedrun.
E.
Ors only wants to showcase. Just look at my account. Just show it off for me, please. Oh boy. All right. So I think this is another clanmate, isn't it?
Yeah, he is in your clan, it looks like.
Yeah, we got two of my clanmates. This is right. We've been having a lot of Team Sun winners, but today we've got some Team Cole winners. Cameron says, my endgame account is free to play too. Francis, I finally saw my name on the wheel. Well, that's progress, right? Going to actually see your name on the wheel.
Yeah, the wheel's it's a third-party thing. It takes everybody who's responded into account, but there's only so many slots that it could physically show. But
Yeah.
Everybody's entered.
All right, well, let's get...
I think Francis has this conspiracy going that it's only our clan folks that are winning, but it's just pure chance.
Yeah.
But we do have 60 people potentially across two clans that are entering. So
yeah. And they know when it's coming. Like, those people are like, if I can get to the stream, I'm getting to the stream.
yeah. But they only get one chance, and then they're out of here.
Yeah, so... Well,
for 90 days.
for 90 days.
It's only so many of them that can win.
Well, let's see. If we do 3 a week, and 90 days is what? That's about 14 weeks? No, it's a little bit less. 13 weeks? It's 13 weeks. So that would be 39 players. We could just do our clanmates over and over and over again and cycle through them.
Mew's actually...
Uh-oh.
Give me 1 second.
Is he AFK? He not responding? He's going to be so mad when he finds out that he won. He's not here. $39,000 energy. I want 39,000 energy. Right? That was insane. All right. I'm gonna open up my account again. We do have a winner, but we don't know if the winner is actually present. If they aren't, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna show off my old alt account. Let's see if I can find this. I think I still have it. I feel bad because I'm still in my clan because it's my clan, but I haven't played this account in like a couple of months. So if anybody's in that clan, I apologize. I started a YouTube channel and I stopped playing.
Hello.
Here we go.
Hello.
Hello.
Hold up. I'm going to go grab my ramen out of the microwave. Be right back.
So I looked up at I was looking at the Discord because I was trying to look at permissions and stuff. And I saw he was streaming in our general chat.
Okay.
And so I popped out there. I'm like, hey man, how's it going? He's like, I'm doing all right. I'm just waiting on my ramen. I'm like, Chapin, I noticed you won the takeover. He's like, I what?
Oh my God, with the pop-ups. Thank you. Finally.
He's like, can I still is that still a thing? I'm like, yeah, man, just come join us. You're good to go. Ramen does sound pretty good. I got some spaghetti. Got dinner waiting. It's close enough, right?
Yeah, it's dinner time. Now I want ramen. There's a really good ramen place that's like one town over. It's not super close, but it's not that far. And now I want it.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm back.
Welcome.
So,
All right.
I'm
So,
good.
so let's get set up here.
Okay.
So you just need to send me your account info.
So the email and password.
Yes, and you just want to DM it to me.
Okay.
And then go ahead and send me your social security number and your credit card account.
Why? I don't know that, man.
And your mother's maiden name and your date of birth.
Well, my mother's maiden name is Corfield. That's actually my mother's maiden name, by the way.
All right. So is that the password there? Okay, there we go.
That's the email. That's the password. My bad. I copied them both at once.
Yeah, no worries. All right. So I guess I'm not going to show off this account for the time being. We'll show it off some other time.
Okay.
Let's do this. So have you thought about what you want some help on?
Well, champion regearing.
Champion regearing.
And Spider and Fire Knight.
Spider, Fire Knight, Champion regearing. All right. That gives us plenty to work with. Let's take a look.
And now, can we both be logged in on the same account at once? Because
We cannot. No. Yeah, were you running a battle there or something?
No, I was just running the account. I'm gonna switch to my other account. Hold
Okay.
up. As you know, I've messaged you that I have 4 accounts, right?
You have several accounts, yes. All right, I just had to click that because all right, I won't claim your reward though. You can claim your reward later, I guess. You do have some relentless gear coming your way. Actually, you know what? I'm going to claim that. That's relentless gear, and we're going to do a regear. So let me go ahead and claim that. Was that the relentless gear? Got 4 pieces there, and then you got more pieces down here.
Down. But the tournaments just like end.
It looks like they ended about 12 hours ago.
Oh.
You're
just to be clear, you're on the Ion PCP account, right?
Ion PCP. That is the name. Yeah.
Okay.
So okay, let's go ahead and take a look at well, first of all, level 51. Okay. Let's look at the roster here. Wow. You got 2 Geomancers.
Yep.
Yeah. Still waiting on mine. You got some good champions here. You've got like the core of several good teams. You got Uragrim. He's great. You got Geo. You got Ninja. Siffy. That's insane.
I get 2 King Nightmare.
You can 2 King Nightmare clan boss?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got Ruella and Duke the Pierced. You got Stag Knight. You got Vrask. You got Dothy. Yeah. All right. Let's check out your vaults. Your vaults are rares. You do have a Fellhound, which is nice. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a marked. You got your Cold Heart, which is fantastic. You got your Deacon Armstrong, which is fantastic. I'm just going to take a quick look at your clan boss team to see what you're running, because I'm curious. And your 2 King Nightmare, you said, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that looks like that makes some sense there. You get that damage reflect from Geo. The only tricky thing here is Geo only does his skills when it's his HP burn that's up, right? So you've got a ninja there.
I also have Sepulchre Sentinel for the damage indication.
Right. Decreases damage all allies receive by 15%. Deflects that damage onto each enemy under an HP burn debuff placed by this champion. So Geo and Ninja can be tricky to work together. They're both fantastic. They both do a great job. But when you put them on the same team, they start to bump into each other. Now, this part, I think, whenever this champion is attacked, deflects 30% of the damage instead. I'm not sure that this might require the HP burn because deflects 30% of the damage instead of 15%, I think. So I think you still need the HP burn placed by Geomancer. So you might consider moving one of them out and maybe you could put Eurogrim in their place, whoever you swap out. You could try both swaps, swap out Ninja and place Eurogrim, then swap out Geo and place Eurogrim and see if that improves your situation. Because he's going to bring poisons. So you have the poisons, you've got to cleanse additional poisons. Now, Shigura also brings some poisons, doesn't he? Yeah. So, assuming you don't max out your buff bar or debuff bar, potentially Eurogrim could be a good replacement in there. But yeah, consider it. Just mess around with it a little bit. I don't know that it'll improve your damage, but because Geo and Ninja bump into each other, you're not getting the maximum value out of Geo on this team. So in order to get more value out of them, you could remove Ninja, and that would boost Geo's value. Or you can remove Geo and, put like Eurogrim there. It looks like the best option that you have currently built. Put Eurogrim in there to get poisons, which you probably aren't maxed out on with just Shigura by himself. But again, you'd have to check that. And if you end up bumping into the 10 debuff limit, and that's hurting either the poisons going up or the HP burns going up, then you could just pull it out and revert back to this team here.
Yeah.
But that's a great team. That's a great team. Very powerful champions. Really powerful champions.
Now on my other account, I have Brockney, and I use Brockney, Godseeker, and Neri. I don't remember who else I use, but it's the one in the your clan.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a look at. So you were saying Spider, Fire Knight, and Champion rebuilds.
Yep.
All right. Let's take a look at Fire Knight first. So you're up to 19. You're trying to get to 20.
Yep. Now I want to get to the all dungeons to 20 and everything every single thing in dungeon except for like the Phantom Shogun and those type of things.
Okay.
20 before I get to the mission that I have to get them to 20, so I can just like run them up.
Right.
So it would take less time to get to Arbiter.
Okay.
And I can be more focused on doing what's it called? Doing the arena ones to get the 10.
Okay.
And 8 and no, it's like 7, 9, and 10 for the Arbiter missions, right? I don't think it's 8.
Yeah, I don't remember actually.
Whatever. I'll come across that probably when I get.
You got 1 million silver. Okay.
Yeah, I did have like 6 million, but I kind of like spent it on rolling things and.
Sure, I gotcha.
I don't know what you can do with 1 million silver, but
I don't know what I could do either. But we're gonna take a look at Vizix here because she's the queen of Fire Knight, and the first thing I would do. So I'm looking at this team, and I'm thinking Shigura doesn't belong here, and you need your speed ore. So like the first thing I would do there is do that and then pull him out. Now Sify gives you a turn meter, right? She gives you a turn meter and increased speed, but she only has a single target on her A1. I don't know if we even need her to keep us alive. So, like you have Scylla Drakes down here at 50. How fast is she? She's not too bad. She's not too slow. Her accuracy is a little bit low, but she's got a double hitter on her A1 with the slow. That's hugely important. You've got the Cold Heart. It looks like you're missing banners, so you need to farm your spider to help you with your Fire Knight is what you need to do.
Spider 18 is the max I can go. I was trying to get Spider 18. I'm trying to get to Spider 20. Like I said.
Okay. Are you like, you have some scrolls here on Cold Heart? Have you not chosen her masteries yet? Are you still debating which way you're going to go with her?
I don't have her max scrolled, and I was in the middle of farming for her.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
Are you going to go offense support, or are you going to go defense support?
well, I want her to do a lot of damage in Spider and Fire Knight, along with her Steel Turn Raider with Geomancer.
Yeah, so you're going to go offense and support probably, right?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Should. I want her to be used in Spider and obviously Fire Knight, because she's literally another queen of Fire Knight.
Yeah, she is. Okay, so
It's
go ahead.
It's isn't it like a lure isn't it like Lure, Visix, and Cold Heart that are like the main people of
those are
Fire
three
Knight?
amazing champions, right? Because you have Cold Heart has a 4-hitter on her A1, and then she's got the 100% turn meter reduction with the max enemy max HP hit. So she hits really hard, and she helps you break the shield, and then turn meter reduce. And then Allure and Visix are both multi hitters. Visix is a 2-hit, Allure is a triple hit. So they help you break the shield and then decrease the turn meter. You also have the slow from Visix, which is really great. She helps you in the waves because she's got the provoke and the AoE decreased speed. Allure can help you there, decreasing turn meter. The tricky thing about Cold Heart is she's not good in the waves because her AoE is very weak. This does not hit particularly hard. And she can be squishy. So typically you want to build her with like HP percentage chest plate or maybe defense percentage chest plate. Now, when you get your banner, if you can get an accuracy banner, you're going to get enough to swap her into a different chest plate. So right now she's going to be very squishy and she may just flat out die. So you want to build her tanky and accurate and fast. You don't care about damage that much on her. If you can get to 100% crit rate and get the crit damage on her as well, that's great. But it's the kind of thing where she gets really stat hungry because you want her max HP hit to hit really hard, but you also need it to land the turn meter reduction. And of the two, the turn meter reduction is more important, right? Because if you don't reduce the turn meter, the Fire Knight's going to get turns, and that's going to mess up your team. So as long as the Fire Knight doesn't get a turn, it doesn't matter how weakly you hit, you'll just take longer. That's fine, but you'll win. Whereas if you hit really hard, but you mess up the turn meter control, you could still lose. So it's better to build her for accuracy and tankiness than it is to build her for damage. So for instance, right now, these gloves, these crit damage gloves, which are great gloves, by the way, and you did roll into crit rate, so that's awesome. Like, these aren't all that critical to her, especially since her crit rate right now is only 37%. So when she lands a crit, it's going to be massive, but she's only going to do it a third of the time. So you would be better off finding, more accuracy as a substat, more speed, and more survivability with the gloves. At least for the time being, until you started, getting better gear. But yeah, so if I'm looking at this team, what I'm thinking right now is I'm thinking this team looks really strong. Like, this would be my goal team for Fire Knight on your roster. You're going to have more speed. You get the turn meter fill. You get a double hitter from Deacon on his A1. Let's see how Deacon is built, by the way. Let's just take a look. He's at 207, which is nice. It's not too bad. And as far as his masteries are concerned, yeah, you went into Evil Eye, which is nice. So that's going to help. I would probably swap this Cycle of Magic to Lore of Steel personally. It's not a huge difference, but one of the things about Deacon is you need as much accuracy as possible and as much speed as possible. So if you're getting either one from your sets, which you are, here you're getting 12% speed and you're getting 40 accuracy from this set, it's just going to boost that. Each accuracy set gets 6 more accuracy, basically, and each speed set gets like an additional 2 speed or 2.5 speed, something like that. So, that's going to maximize his ability there. But basically, you've got him going in the right direction. So, yeah, so this is the team that I would probably look at. Now, I don't know if this team's going to be able to win this because Visix doesn't have 100% crit rate, right? Where is she? Oh, she doesn't need the crit rate. I'm sorry. Allure needs the crit rate. She's not booked. So, you're not going to have 100% there. And we don't have.
Oh, and okay. Can you check Chagur? He has what's it called? He has 200 crit damage, right?
Yeah.
But he has 66, I believe, crit rate, and I want that to be 100 with like at least 160 crit damage.
Yeah, I mean that's an easy swap, right? You've got crit damage gloves that unfortunately they rolled triple roll into speed, which is awesome, but they don't have a crit rate substat, right? So what you could do here, what I would probably do if you really wanted to hold on to these gloves, now you could swap these gloves out and get something that had a crit rate substat, crit damage with crit rate substat, or potentially you can go for a crit rate set. So you can just, let's look at crit rate, see what you had here. Now he needs accuracy, right? Because of his poisons. Yeah. And decreased defense. So depending on how you're building him, you might want him with accuracy. So, and we don't want to trade away too much speed. He is running fast at 231, which is really nice. Yeah. So the other thing you can look at, divine crit rate. See if you have anything here. Okay, so these gloves, crit damage, same stars, same number of stars. Now let me just see. Do you have 6 instinct pieces? So they're all good pieces, but you only need 4.
You could take out 2.
Right.
Yeah.
So this gauntlet here is really nice. Let's see if there's a second piece that would work with.
Wait, is it? Yeah, divine crit damage is crit rate is 2-piece, right? No.
Yes, it's a 2-piece. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now this piece unfortunately doesn't have crit rate or crit damage, but it's going to give you 12% crit rate from the set. The question is, and this doesn't have, so how much speed are we going to lose? And we don't have the silver to roll up. So what I would think about is I would think about this set right here, because these gloves are really nice. So when you get some silver, potentially roll these up. If you get a single or double roll in a crit rate, that would be like a triple roll in a crit rate would be awesome. But then you could think about swapping out these gloves. You're going to lose that speed. That's unfortunate. You're going to lose that triple roll in the speed. But he's running so fast that maybe you just don't need all of that speed, and you really need to get him to 100% crit rate.
He's like isn't he faster than my Siffy? He's what is he at? Because my Siffy's at 273 speed.
Yeah, she's fastest. He's at 231. But let's try to get your Fire Knight. Actually, let me just look at your Spider team, and then we're going to try to get your Fire Knight team going. I think we're going to try that. And then you want to try to push Spider. Okay. Now you have Deliana. Do you have Artak?
No. I didn't get the account back. Well, I didn't remember the password to the account until 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay. So that's fine. But let me go look at your champions for just a second then. And let me see. This is a great thing. You can just go down here and filter by debuffs and look for the HP burn. Where's the HP burn? There it is. And okay, so now Geo is great for Spider. So is Ninja. They're both great. Ninja's a little bit problematic on his A2 because this is a random hit, so the HP burn jumps around. But the AoE freeze is really nice on the Spiderlings. Plus, you got the drop defense. Plus, you can activate HP burns. Yeah. The thing about this is, if you want to freeze the Spiderlings, the way this works is when targeting a boss, will only attack the boss and will ignore 50% of the target's defense. So it hits really hard. And it decreases Hail Burn, which is this skill, by 1. So you can use it that way. You could focus on the boss. It'll only hit the boss. it won't freeze anybody, and it'll reduce the hail burn skill. Or if you want, target one spiderling. If you target a spiderling, it has the 75% chance of placing a speed on or a freeze on everybody. So you can choose how you want to use it. There will always be a spiderling down when he goes, obviously, because the spiderlings drop before your turn, before your team gets a turn. So you can use it as an AoE freeze, or you can use it as a cooldown reduction. And it's good in both cases. Vizix is also good for Spider Boss. So she's going to be moving into, in fact, so is Scylla the Drakes. So again, what I would probably think about doing here would be something along the lines, it's almost the same team, actually. I would probably do something like, I might do something like this. It's a little bit hard to say right now. I'm you could potentially pull her out. You could put him in. You could pull her out. You could put her in. You could put Shigura in. You could do a lot of different things. But one of the things that Spider Boss has is a resistance to poisons. I want to just, there's something here about resistance to poisons. She only takes like half damage from poisons or something like that, or 20%. Might even be, no, immune. No, receives less damage from poison debuffs. Here it is. So Healing Assured receives less damage from poison debuffs. I think it's like 50%. So poison champions into Spider aren't great. But the good news is, I think Vizix is the solution for both of those teams.
I just put Vizix in a mock build. Like, I didn't put her in the best.
So let's take a look at her. So she's got these non-speed boots. She wants to go fast. She's your turn meter controller. You want her fast. So I'm just going to look for speed boots first. And this will be the champion that we probably focus on and rebuild if we can.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Not much in the way of perception here. Okay. Accuracy is an option. Lifesteal is an option too, but we need to make sure that we get enough accuracy. So, and then Relentless is also an option. That's not a bad option.
Yeah. I have Stone Skin, but it's not. I don't know if it's good. And I heard that Siffy is very good in Stone Skin.
Yeah, I wouldn't use Stone Skin on Vizix. So I'm gonna look at the accuracy set here, and I'm probably gonna look at the accuracy set and the Relentless set. So let's see what we've got in terms of this.
I also have some very good Instinct set.
Okay. Yeah, we can look at that.
There's a couple. I don't know if the thing on her is the piece with 16 accuracy on the chest plate. Is it?
I'm sorry.
There's I have a couple 16 accuracy instinct set. Instinct justice.
These look like they're all equipped. These are not equipped, but this is a 4-piece set. Instinct is for a damage dealer usually, and Vizix is not really a damage dealer. She's a tank, and she's a turn meter controller. So we're not worried about Instinct. We do want speed, but I wouldn't use up Instinct gear on Vizix.
Sure. I was just throwing out possibilities. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I get you. Let's see what we can do here. Okay, so.
Sorry, my ramen has gone cold.
Yeah, all right. No worries. Let's look at these sets now. So we've got Relentless. That's a crit damage gauntlet, but it does have some speed on it. And then let's see if we have got any divine speed. We do, with speed. And crit damage with no crit rate. Crit damage is not a great gauntlet for her. Let's see. What about speed? Attack percentage doesn't work either. Lifesteal. Oh, that's on. Okay.
And 50 is like definite. Every team has it. Right.
Every team has what?
Stiffy.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people call her Stiffy. I mean Siffy, and I call her Siffy, and I don't know what
Right.
you call them.
I call her Siffy, but doesn't bother me, whichever one you want to call her.
Yeah.
You got a ton of crit rate
I know
gloves, but
different champions differently. I personally think it's kind of stupid. Just call them what Plarium wants you to say, like instead of making up your own names. Because for a long time we called Kale, but in the first Call of the Arbiter it was Kyle or whatever, right?
Yeah, but then it changed in the second episode, which was kind of funny. But I'm of the mind that you should call your champions whatever you want to call because they're yours, and who cares what Plarium calls them, right? Like I mean, if you're the kind of person who likes to know what Plarium calls them and you want to call them like the official name, go ahead. But I mean, it's your account. You could do whatever, you build your champions however you want, call them whatever you want. Doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me that much. It's just like it's kind of weird that people call the champions that are specifically spelled in a certain way. Like some people call Gnut or Gnute
versus Newt or
Nut.
Nut. Well, the other thing you got to remember is this is an international game and people have different like languages that spell things differently and pronounce them differently. So if it makes more sense to you because of your background to call him Gnute, then go ahead. You know, I call him Newt. You know, it's like I'm not going to spend, like, I get what you're saying, but I'm not personally going to spend energy worrying about that. I'm going to call him what I want to call him, and that's going to make me like the champion more rather than worrying about like the fact that I might be mispronouncing it. And that's also true when I'm on YouTube. Like I try to pronounce him consistently. I try to pronounce the names consistently. But if somebody else wants to pronounce them differently, good for you. That's good. You should do it. All right.
It's also a way of like how people speak, because some people say Siffy because of the way they speak, or some people say Siffy because
right.
I don't know if it's right, but I say Siffy and a Siffy a lot. It's just mingled. All right.
Okay, we got some good pieces here. The accuracy is something I'm worried about. We've lost all of our accuracy.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to build champions when you don't have a lot of you have a lot of stuff to work with, but not a lot of what you want.
Yeah.
Because I just put random here on Visix.
Right.
And well, Visix and what's her name are probably the best of the login champs. Eric's is absolute dog water. I don't think. Don't you get Eric's within like 3 years of playing the game?
I just pulled one from a shard, and the funny thing is I have one in the portal like as a fragment champion, so I have 2 copies of them. Yeah, unfortunately, okay, so we're losing all our accuracy here, which is problematic because we need accuracy. We don't want to lose the accuracy. So what's the set we're ditching here? Let's do this. What's the set we're ditching here? This is what it is. So yeah, it's the accuracy chest plate that we're losing, and we can't even replace it. So let's see if there's a chess piece that has accuracy somewhere in a set that would make sense to us.
Yeah.
Resilience makes sense.
The best set for like all around like if you're building a champion like with the high defense, it should be in Stone Skin, because Stone Skin has the buff. Stone
Skin, I think the primary use for Stone Skin, there are 2 really good uses that you see them a lot in Arena, right? Are for like tanks or revivers who you just want to make sure that if you lose the speed race, if you go second, they can either protect your team or bring them back. So for instance, you put a Pythion in Stone Skin, and then your entire team gets nuked out, and then Pythion goes and he brings them all back. Or they all get CC'd and then he cleanses them all and then they're all ready to go. So by putting him in Stone Skin, you make it really, really hard for the enemy team to like lock you out, because Pythion is an anti-lockout champion. The other option would be to put a damage dealer in Stone Skin, like put your Mortu Macabre or your Rotos or your, Candrafon or whatever. And then even if your entire team gets destroyed, your nuker stays alive, and then he can potentially one-shot everybody. So those are the two most common usages I see. Isn't
Uko like really good in Stone Skin because of her heal ability? Like if she's the last man standing, and
she's a reviver, sure.
And she and when she heals herself, every person on the team heals back, and that's really good for Hydra, right?
Yeah, but your Stone Skin buff doesn't last very long, right? So it's only going to be 2 rounds. So it's not like you're going to take it into Hydra and just have that permanently. It's basically an arena situation because it's only going to last 1 or 2 rounds. I don't think there's any fight where I would use Stone Skin outside of arena, except for maybe I've heard it's interesting in Dark Fae. You can use it in Dark Fae. And then when Dark Fae steals your team, she doesn't steal the Stone Skin buff. So you guys can basically get a free way to nuke out the enemy team. But that's the only PvE like good usage I've heard of for Stone Skin.
I've never got into Dark Fae and Doom Tower, except for like on one account. I've gotten to Dark Fae on like 3 accounts. I just was never able to beat her except for 1.
Yeah, the fight is tricky even at low levels. So let me see.
Isn't Dark Fae's rotation the best for all around? Like the best rotation all around out of all the 3?
It's the hardest one, and it drops the best forge materials, yes. Let me see. We're getting close on this. I think we're finding something here. That one's good for her. All right. Now let's see. Because we had those accuracy boots, right? We had these boots. And then we would just need gloves. In the accuracy set. I have no gloves in the accuracy set, really? Or no gloves with... All right, let's see. I'm going to spend your 1,000,000 silver. That's what we're going to do. We're going to see if we could get this going. All right, double roll into speed. That was awesome. Let's get these up to 12. Let's see if we can get a speed roll here. Nice. More. HP's okay. Speed. HP's all right. Let's get some speed here. Attack is the worst.
That one of the clans in my cluster are like in the top 100 clans in the whole game.
Nice.
And I was like excited to hear that. And it's like it's called UNG Zephyr, I think.
Okay.
It was one of the UNGs.
All right, so it's cool to be in a cluster, especially if you're in a Discord community with them, because then you've got good players to be able to ask questions with, and like you can also then potentially have a long-term goal, like if you want to get into that that particular clan. But let me go ahead and show you what we've done here with this rebuild. So we're trying to get Vizix fast enough and accurate enough to be able to take on the Fire Knight here. Now, we don't quite have it. We're not quite there, but you're close. So we've gotten the speed up to 179. I would like it closer to like 190. We could glyph out the extra speed. That would be fine. You still have 4 levels on your boots to get. That's going to give you 14 speed, which will get you to 193. So potentially you could even get over 200. If you can get some speed on your banner, preferably an accuracy banner, then you're going to get your speed up to, say, 210, 215. That's a perfect spot for Physics to be. That's going to be fast enough for basically all of the content up into Hard Doom Tower. Eventually, you're going to want her at like 240 or 250, but this is going to give you 2 or 3 months, 4 months before you need to worry about upgrading her speed. If you can get her perception gear in place of this accuracy gear, that'll get you some speed as well. Now the gloves are I'm sorry?
And more accuracy.
Yeah, and more accuracy. But again, here, you've got another 4 levels on your chest plate, and if you can get the banner, that could get you another 70 to 90 accuracy there. So that's going to get you up over 250 accuracy, maybe even with the accuracy you get here, you're going to get another 28 accuracy here. So you're talking about 275, which is basically where you need to be, again, until you get up to like the top 40 floors of Doom Tower Hard. That's going to take care of all the dungeons for you. Now, these gloves are not good gloves. They're just in the accuracy set. And so they fleshed out, the accuracy here to keep us at 160. Again, if you could get perception in this place, that would be better. But if you can get any gauntlets that are defense percentage, preferably, or HP percentage with speed and accuracy substats, or at least one or the other, either accuracy or speed, that's going to push your necessary stats as well and give you a little bit more survivability. We picked up 3,000 defense. 3,000 HP. We lost 350 defense, which I would prefer not to lose. But unfortunately, there's a little bit of a trade-off there. And we did pick up a whole bunch of speed. So what I'm going to try to do here is I'm going to try to do this swap. This is not where I want her to be for this, but it's the right build moving in the right direction. And hopefully, if we had another 2 million silver, I think we could really get her there. But we're going to try this team in your Fire Knight.
Yeah, that's like one rebuild. That's like 3 million.
Yeah, I mean, a full rebuild of a champion, like if you're swapping out all the gear and building from scratch, can typically cost you somewhere in the vicinity of about 12 to 15 million silver. Like if you're doing all the accessories and all of the gear all the way up to level 16. So, doing a single rebuild, in a lot of cases, if you only have like 3 or 4 million silver, you're talking about taking most things up to 8 or 12, and then maybe like your speed boots up to 16. And again, it depends on if you're doing 5-star gear or 6-star gear, because 6-star gear is more expensive and that kind of thing. But I want to see if we can potentially make this work here. I'm going to pull the Siffy. I'm actually going to use this 5-star Silva Drakes. I just want to make sure she's not booked, but she's decent speed. What she got? She's got instinct. Okay, you've got all this great instinct gear, but the instinct gear shouldn't be on your tanks, right? I know it gives you 12% speed, but remember, one speed set gives you 12% speed. So, the champions that can be in instinct are anybody who does, really big amounts of damage. Your ninja, your Cold Heart, both of them could be. You don't have to have them in instinct, but they could be. And then potentially anybody who you bring up who is maybe a direct damage dealer. I'm trying to look here to see, you could put Ruella in it. She's more of a debuffer. But unfortunately, and it's this situation where you have good gear in this set and it doesn't quite match up to your roster. You still put it on champions, but you should be thinking about moving them out of these sets and into more, effective sets. And just like I was talking about with the last takeover, focus on one thing first and do it really well. So, in this case, you've got accuracy chest plate on your Cold Heart. Okay, good. That's good. But you've got crit damage on your gauntlets. And again, she's not quite there yet. She doesn't have 100% crit rate. So this is less important than keeping her alive so she can land that turn meter decrease. But we're going to see if we can get her through. And so I'm going to do it like this.
With Cold Heart, I just slapped on whatever gear I could.
Exactly. Yeah, I understand that. And that's where you are. And that makes sense. By the way, Ruella is a beautiful Fire Knight champion. She brings decreased speed. She has a 3-hitter on her A1. She's got decreased attack and decreased defense. She's really good for Fire Knight as well.
I also heard she is too.
But I'm gonna start here. I'm sorry, who?
Fenchi, the
Fenchi is Fenchi's awesome too. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and do 19 first. Let's see how we do here. I'm gonna let it auto and see if it works or not. I think it'll depend on how many stuns we land from Scylla the Drakes. We didn't land any, so. And we do have CC. We have other CCs. Vizix landed her provokes, so that's good. The team's not quite where it needs to be in terms of all the gear,
so
but in terms of composition, this is a very good composition. Everybody's got at least a double hitter. So you've got Deacon with 2, Vizix with 2, Scylla the Drakes with 2. And then you've got Coldheart with 4 and Ninja with 3. His A1 is 1 hit, but he's got 3 hits on his A2. So you're going to have no trouble breaking the shield. And then hopefully the 3 turn meter control champions, Syl, Coldheart, and Vizix, will keep the boss turn meter controlled. But again, we might not have enough accuracy. But this composition is awesome. Now, eventually, you could get Ninja out of here, and you could bring in like an Allure, or you could bring in somebody like a Newt. If you ever pulled Newt or got Newt, he would be a really hard hitting, turn meter control champion.
Yeah, if I was using the account actively when the Newt fusion was like before the Newt, like a week before the Newt fusion, right. I would have because I had now I have 0 charge because of I pulled them because before I was just logging in every single day doing dailies and then logging out. That's it.
Yeah.
Literally doing the 7 dailies took about 5 minutes, logged out.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, your account is wherever your account is. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to apologize for your account. This is just life. Like, sometimes we can game more, sometimes we can game less. So I never judge. I think I said this during one of my videos recently. I never judge people based on their accounts. I'm just worried about getting you improvement. I'm doing a takeover to take you from wherever you are to the next step, hopefully move you in a positive direction. And if, we just had an account that was logging in for 2 years, but never played and just started getting played. That's what happens sometimes. Sometimes we have accounts that are played every day for years and years, but people, are struggling with a particular concept or a particular piece of their roster. And so that's what we end up working on. So what I'm just saying is at this point right now, if you're trying to push Fire Knight 20, this composition is entirely capable of getting Fire Knight 20 down.
Yeah, it's just negative the stats.
Yeah, you just need the stats, And so we're going to see here if we don't get lucky and maybe we can get through this with Syl's revives and heals, but it's going to be tricky.
I can do hard 1 for Dragon. Just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
And it was pure damage for Dragon. I didn't have any composition. I just ran it. Yeah, ran it past that. My bad.
No worries.
I sometimes forget how to use Englacio.
Sure. I got you.
English is technically one of the hardest languages to learn if you're not.
It is. If you're not a native English speaker, it can be very tricky because none of the rules are regular. Like, there are always exceptions to every rule. Yeah, so I'm just going to manual this because I don't want to necessarily lose this fight, but I do think we can win this fight. Let me get a slow out there. That's going to help a ton. Yeah, it looks like Scylla the Drakes needs more accuracy and, potentially everybody needs more accuracy and a little bit more speed wouldn't hurt, but it feels like the speeds are actually manageable where you are. Yeah. You just need the accuracy.
On my arena team has 200 speed, which is Jaguar, Sifi, what was it again? Sifi, Ninja, and Eurogram, which all have over 200 speed except for Eurogram, which has 197.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want you to cannibalize that team. I don't want you to take their gear away from them. All I'm saying is if you're talking about trying to get Spider 20 and Fire Knight 20 before you get to those Arbiter missions, so you just know that they're done. And I think the way to do that is to focus on, gearing, because you've got the champions for this squad works well. I used to run a very similar composition to this. I don't think I had Ninja on my team. I think I ran these 4 champions with Royal Guard. And that got me all the way.
No, that's not the account that has Royal.
I'm sorry?
I was just thinking. I was just about to say I think I have a Royal Guard, but on that account, but I don't think it's the account that has Royal Guard.
I don't think it's built on this account. You might have one, but I didn't see a built one. But my point is just that, like, I didn't have the Ninja, or I didn't run the Ninja. I ran the Royal Guard because he's got a quad hitter, he's got a slow, and he's got turn meter decrease. So I just maxed all of that out, and I would get somewhere around like a 2.5 to 3.5 minute clear, depending on a little bit of RNG with the waves and stuff like that. But the boss never got a turn, right? The boss never got a turn. This boss got 2 turns, I think, before I started manualing. And, so this will get you, I think let's see what the affinity is here. The affinity here is, unfortunately, it's not a great affinity for our Ninja and our Syl. But Scylla the Drake's at 60 with a little bit better gear. I don't think you have to take Ninja out. I think you can auto this once you hit the accuracy peak. So this would be the team. I'm just going to go ahead and save this team for you, because I think this is the team that can get the job done really well. Yeah.
All the magic keeps are 20, and I'm pretty sure you need those for Arbiter.
Yes. So
actually, they can all do 20. I just haven't got them to 20 because I'm pretty sure the hardest 2 are Spirit and Magic. Force and Void are mad easy. Like, I personally think they're mad easy, along with Arcane, because Arcane is probably the easiest out of the 5. And the only thing that's rough about Spirit is her healing, which is really annoying. I don't like it.
Yeah, that is annoying.
So that's why in that team, I think I have Cold Heart and Geo to like just make sure she doesn't get more than like 1 or 2 turns.
This is actually a little bit tricky. Do you have Urgrim? Your Urgrim's got a cleanse, right? So the poisons, but you've got the cleanse. Gotcha. Yeah.
Also, I just wanted to say I love your videos and keep up with the good work.
Oh, thank you.
I personally think you should try to collab with another small creator that is named Briggs 5D. He's a really nice creator.
I know Briggs. Yeah. Well, I don't know him, but I know his videos. Yeah.
You should like try to get in touch with him or try to collab with him. I think that would be pretty cool.
I have thought about doing collabs, but honestly, getting my schedule managed is a bit tricky. But I appreciate the compliment. And I appreciate the suggestion. It's definitely been on my mind. And I like, I think Briggs is also a free to play account, isn't he?
Yeah, Briggs is a free to play account. So isn't another YouTuber that's really, really small. He's Boozer, but he focuses on like end game, arena and stuff, and you focus on everything around that. Like you focus on pretty much all sides of the spectrum.
Yeah, I think I've seen 1 or 2 of his videos as well.
By the way, the reason why I brought up Boozer, he's also my cluster leader too.
Okay.
And he's, yeah.
Well,
I've been in the cluster since 2021. So
okay.
And he's been the leader since UNG came out, which stands for uncommonly good.
Gotcha. Well, I think that I think that collabs are great, and they're great for everybody involved. If you have a good collaboration, right? Obviously, you need to be able to have something that you can work on together. So if you have very different niches, it can be problematic. But I think that working with any other of the small content creators would be really cool. I would definitely be down to do it.
Yeah.
I think my Vizix is going to die. All right, so this team is not gonna come together right now. But I do think that this is also a good composition. Potentially, what I would probably do here is pull out. I would probably pull out Geomancer. Actually, one of the great things that you can do here at this stage, anyway, is or for any stage of Spider, is choose a Spiderling tank. Right. So you want a weak affinity tank. So unfortunately, like my Deacon was the weak affinity tank. And so then he dies and then the Vizix dies. And so that's problematic. But if you can bring in Wukong for any magic affinity stage.
Or Vogoth, right? Yeah, Vogoth.
Vogoth works too. Do you have Vogoth?
I don't think I do. But I know Vogoth, every time he's hit, hit the whole team heals.
Yeah, but Vogoth is what affinity is Vogoth? Is he Spirit affinity?
Yeah, Spirit, I think. Should be.
Yeah, he's Spirit affinity.
From the amount of dots on my account with the factions, I don't feel like clearing the dots,
Yeah, I mean, you have a cleanser, so you can do that. But I do think that the thing that you want to focus on is the same thing that we've been talking about, like since we were looking at the Fire Knight, which is if you can get your accuracy and your speed up, everything becomes easier that way. So think about this. If you're trying to control the turn meter of the boss on any level, it doesn't matter what the affinity is, doesn't matter what the fight is. You're trying to control the, turn meter of the boss in Doom Tower or in dungeons or anywhere. If the boss is naturally faster than your team, then you're going to be running a losing race, right? Like it'll be filling up fast and then you'll be taking it back. And then it'll be filling up fast and you'll be taking it back. And eventually it's going to go. But if your team is faster than the boss, so whatever the boss's base speed is, if you're 5 faster than that, then you are going to take speed off before it ticks up. And so you're always ahead in the turn meter and you're always removing turn meter before the boss's turn goes. Now, that doesn't mean that the boss still can't catch up, because it can, but running faster, even 5 faster than the boss, is a lot different than running 5 slower than the boss. So the state change between going slower or faster is incredibly important. Sometimes in Clan Boss, you deliberately want to run slower than the boss because you want the Clan Boss to take the first turn, and then you can speed tune more easily that way. But most speed tunes want you to go first ahead of the boss, so you get your buffs up or debuffs up or whatever and start doing damage right away. It's the same with all of the dungeon bosses. So if I just quickly, I'm going to look at the Hell Hades stage tool.
Isn't all the 20 dungeon bosses like 200 to 210 or something like that?
Yeah, I don't remember all of that offhand. So I'm just going to look at the Rage Stages tool here. And so, if we look at dungeons, let's go ahead and look at Spider's Den, and we'll take stage 20 because that's the one you're trying to get to.
Yeah.
So you can see that the speed of the boss is 95 and the speed of the Spiderlings is 150. So if you think about it this way, like if you have anybody that fills turn meter, right? They're adding that speed there. So if you're running speeds like around, say, 200 to 240, if you're running in that range and you're getting 15, 30% turn meter fill, like now you're running more at like close to 300. And now you're getting close to 2 turns per every small spider turn. You're getting 3 turns for every boss turn. That's just going to make it so easy to keep their turn meter down. Like you have a Cold Heart who has a 100% turn meter reduction ability, and it's on a 4-turn cooldown. But if you're running at 3 to 1, then all you need is one other turn meter controller, and you're going to keep that boss from ever taking a turn. And that's the goal. Now, you can't stop the Spiderlings. There's no way to just stop the Spiderlings unless you CC them. You can freeze them, stun them, do that instead. But again, if you're running at a 2 to 1 ratio against the Spiderlings, you're going to get, more skills out there. The other option is just don't care about the Spiderlings. Let them go as fast as they can, because if you can HP burn them instead, then that's going to help you, get through the boss that way. Once you get over stage 20, to stage 21, once you get over stage 20, now you have to start worrying about the max HP damage reduction, Cold Heart's going to become a lot less powerful, and you're going to want that HP burn. Now, I didn't look at if you had any HP burners. I think we did look at them. The only thing that you have is Ninja and Geomancer, so you don't have an HP burn like AOE champion.
What's it say? The what Lego that you get from the referral accounts?
Chronum.
HP burn.
Yeah, so if you can get Chronum, that would help you out a lot. He's perfect for Spider.
I can't make the accounts, but can you like make the accounts for me and then I'll just like run them up to 50?
That's a lot of work.
I literally can't.
That's a lot of work. No, but you can in fact make the accounts, and I can, there's a post actually in our Discord about how to make the accounts, and it doesn't matter if you're on a phone or if you're on PC. There, you can always make the accounts. You just have to kind of go through a little bit of a rigmarole if you're only doing it on the phone or whatever. But let's go and look at the Fire Knight just for a second, stage 20.
Yeah.
So here the boss's speed is just 100. So again, you need the accuracy. You're looking at 305 accuracy here. That seems really high, actually. Is this stage 20? That is stage 20. That seems high. I thought it would be. No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at it the wrong way. That's resistance. It's 225. There we go. So you need 225 accuracy. And you could see like on our Physics, we were short. We were at 160 or something. But just a banner maxed out, a 5-star banner will get you over 230 accuracy. And there you are. You've got that 100% chance, if you book out our A1 of getting that turn meter decrease. So I think Physics, honestly, if these are your two focused areas, I think Physics is the perfect champion to go against Spider and the perfect champion to go against Fire Knight. And she's great. She's great for Doom Tower. So I would highly prioritize her. And then the other champion that you need to prioritize at some point is Syl of the Drakes. Because Syl of the Drakes is just, she's too good to not take up to 6 stars.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I 6-starred Physics and Cold Heart yesterday before CBC.
Awesome. Well, no, because there was a champion training event going on. So you needed the points for champion training, and that's fine. Like, unfortunately, Player AM has decided to hit us with back-to-back-to-back champion training events. They will drop a fusion with a champion training event and then a CVC with one, and then they'll have another something on the other end. So they just want you to run out of energy. They want you to be wanting to, pull stuff.
Back-to-back champion training right before the fusion anyways.
Yeah, there was a special champion training for the there was like one of the path events, right? And then there was a CVC that had it, and then there was a fusion that started on day 1 with a champion training. So they've been throwing champion training events at us, tournaments and events at us like crazy.
But I ran out of champions to even train. Like,
so did I. I got all the way down, and I was just pulling mystery shards.
After they throw so many champion trainings at us, it's just like hard to like do them. Like, because I need these extra rewards because I'm right now dry to build other than Vix and Vix, Syl, and Cold Heart.
Yeah, and looking at your account, this is what we were talking about before. I don't think you need to do any more champion training. I think what you need to do right now is optimize. I've been talking about this all day. You need to optimize the champions you currently have. You've got great champions. I mean, you've got amazing champions. And you've got really good champions at 60, and you probably don't need to level up anybody else to 60. Other than right now, I would say Syl of the Drakes would be your next 6-star. Now, I don't know how many. I don't know. Let's look at your books.
Oh yeah, I know.
So you're out of books, which makes sense. Obviously, you're out of books, but you have a couple of epic tomes. You have enough for a rare, but I don't think there's a rare that you need to bring up right now. So what I would say is, Syl at 6 stars. Here's the thing about Syl at 6 stars. You don't need books for her passive. Her passive is as strong as it's ever going to be right at level 1, 5 stars. So, the more HP you can get on her and the more speed you can get on her, the faster you can get that to proc. But you don't need books for that, and that can be her primary purpose in your teams for a while. Her AoE will still have a 20% chance of stun. Her A1 will still have a 20% chance of landing a decreased speed. You've got the masteries on her already, so you may as well take her up all the way, finish off that last mastery. You're going to have that on her. And then she's just, Deacon is your turn meter engine. Scylla the Drake is the backbone of your team. You put anybody with those two champions. Put any of the other champions that you have with those two champions. You will clear every stage 20 dungeon. You'll clear Doom Tower normal, no problem. Every boss. You'll have to figure out like certain solutions for certain bosses, but these, the only one that you really got to worry about with these two champions is Baumel because of the turn meter decrease. You don't want them in Baumel. But otherwise, you're gonna cruise through Doom Tower, and these are not necessarily like Scylla's not a clan boss champion, but you've got your clan boss team settled. So start working on those dungeons, and I think you're in a really good place here, but grind your spider to get your banners because you need a banner for Syl, you need a banner for Coldheart, you need a banner for Vizix, I think, so get those banners, preferably accuracy with speed on those champions, or at the very least for like Syl, if you wanted to go defense or HP, you could, as long as you have speed, but accuracy is still good on her. And then get out of these instinct sets, get into some smarter sets for those champions in terms of like, I mean, obviously you, like you said, you put them in the gear that you had. So I'm not saying, like it was a dumb idea. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is there are better sets for these champions. Start moving in those directions. Perception and resilience are nice and cheap to get some speed sets from Dragon. If you get a resilience set, you could use that. You've got some immortal gear. You could use that. Those are sets to think about. Accuracy is another set to think about. So Dragon's going to be your friend. Spider's going to be your friend. Fire Knight is fine, but not as important. And then I mean, you're moving in a good direction. You'll get your 20s soon. Once you get your accuracy and your speed sorted on the champions that you have, you'll get even with Scylla the Drakes at 5 stars, I think you could get those 2 dungeons to 20.
Yeah.
And then, once you pass 20 on Spider, then you got to start figuring out a new solution for Spider 21 through 25.
Yeah. For now, also, when I get to there, I could just do it.
Yeah.
Like I don't plan on doing much more missions after I get Arbiter because I'm not going for Raman 2 because he's kind of trash. Like it's a very big achievement, but he's kind of man.
Most players don't bother. I want to bother. I just want to do it because I want to do it for myself, just for doing it. I don't even care about the champion. I just want to I want to see that. I want to see this icon disappear. Like this little icon down here that I'm standing in front of. Let me see. Let me move myself. Yeah, that little icon that says missions, I want that off my screen. I want that permanently deleted from my screen. So that's personally what I'm just trying to do. But I understand he's not a champion that you need. And he's so hard to get. But, you're doing well here. Like you've got a lot of these missions pre-completed. So you've got this one here, wins a 5-star, 6-star banner from stage 10 or higher, the Spider's Den. Farm it on 10. Go ahead and farm it on 10. That's going to be your best chance to get a 5-star drop is on 10.
And it doesn't matter the a rarity, right? Because
doesn't matter. Yeah. Or if you want, like you're actually at 18, I think, on Spider or something. So if you wanted to farm up higher, you could because it's more likely to be like a rare or an epic. That's fine. But if you want to just do it in a cheap way, energy wise, and get the most drops that you can, because you still need a whole bunch of banners, go ahead and run it on stage 10. And then you're going to get through all of this, and this is going to get your Relic Keeper, and then you're going to get 2 more legendary tomes, and now you can start to book out, Vizix, or you can start to book out Scylla the Drakes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm 2 booked away from being fully booked on CP.
Oh,
right.
4.
4?
Yeah, 4. 2 on her A1 and 2 on her passive.
Oh.
I don't know.
Her passive is not that important.
Yeah, I don't know that her passive is the A1 100% sleep. That's a big deal. Yeah. But otherwise, I mean, yeah. So what's this? Heals each ally by 10%. Has a 40% chance of removing freeze and fear debuffs from each ally at the start of their turn. So yeah, that you don't even need books on that because that doesn't happen a ton of time.
Like I could have probably fully booked Vizix and half fully booked Syl with because I put books into Chagur and Sifu.
Well, that's great. I mean, those are great champions to book out. There's no shame in that. Like, that's a good call. I was going to say the primary reason I think to book out Sifi's passive is if you end up using her in Hydra, because she's got a chance of removing the fears. So if you don't have a fear solution for the Head of Torment, then this can be like a partial solution. You do have Rector Drath, who is a better solution, but you may need two if you're running two different teams. So Veil and Perfect Veil prevent the fears from coming out. But yeah,
I'm probably gonna start doing Hydra again because I kind of stopped doing that. I only have 4 fragments for Mithrala and 6 pieces of stones. No, 3 pieces of stone skin and 3 pieces of protection.
Yeah,
and I probably need more because stone skin is very beneficial for arena.
It is, and protection is great too. But yeah, I think Mithrala is a great champion.
Mithrala is a game changer.
She is. She's a world beater. So, I think this is the thing that you want. The gear is like a nice secondary thing. It is nice. It's not bad, especially when you can roll like mythic pieces in good, substats and stuff. You can get extra speed, extra accuracy, extra resistance. So those can be great. But yeah, I think for right now, based on what you were talking about, focus on that Vizix. That's where I would focus. Obviously, book out your Siphi, finish that book. But I'm saying like the next champion, Vizix is going to do some work in Fire Knight and Spider for you. She's going to do work in Doom Tower for you. And it's a role that you don't currently have. And that's what I keep stressing today with everybody. You want to look for things that you don't really have. Now, you have 100% turn meter decrease here. You have 100% turn meter decrease here. But this is, when you think about Vizix, AoE slow, AoE provoke, right? And then the turn meter on her A1 and an ally protection. So, you've got all of those things going for her. And she's void affinity, so you never have to worry about her weak hitting. So if you have the accuracy, you're going to land 97% of the time because of 3% resist, which is stupid, but it's a thing. But 97% of the time, you're going to land the turn meter decrease, you're going to land the provoke, you're going to land the slow, and then you got the ally protection on top of it if you need it. So she's just an amazing champion. And I think, based on your roster, she's a really good fit. Now you have other champions you can start building out, and if you want to, I don't know, bring up Rector Drath, you want to bring up Duke the Pierce, you want to bring up Ruella, you want to bring up Stag Knight. Those are all good champions also to consider, and they're going to be a little bit cheaper because they're epics. But for right now, bang for your buck, doing what you asked me that you wanted to do, I think Vizix is your girl. I think Scylla Drakes is next. So
yeah. Also, want to know something cool about getting Mithrala is that it takes exactly, at most 2 years in 1 month, aka 100 weeks, of just by farming normal to get Mithrala at minimum. Like that's the most it can take.
So it'd be a year and 11 months, or I mean whatever, because it's weeks. It's not but 100 weeks.
It's 2 years and 1 month. I calculated it in a calculator.
104 weeks is 2 years, and it would take 100 weeks, so it'd be less than 2 years. It's a month less, not a month more.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, no worries.
My calculations were wrong because isn't there 48 weeks in a year? Right?
No, there's 52 weeks in a year.
I calculated that wrong too.
It's because because months are longer than 28 days, right? So if you just did 12 times 4, you'd get 48, and it'd be 4 weeks times 12 months is 48 weeks. But there are 52 weeks in the year, 365 days. You figure that out. That's 52 weeks in a day. But that being said, if you just get the absolute minimum drops from the minimum number of chests, it would take you close to 2 years to get Mithrala. If you get the maximum number of drops from the maximum number of chests, which I believe
it would take 2 times less, right?
No, you can get her in. The fastest you can reasonably probably get her, I think, is 8 weeks. But that would be like if you were a pretty advanced account that had never hit Hydra before and you had 3 Hydra teams go. So if you go in the Hydra clan boss and you're like, you can do normal, hard, and brutal, and your clan is doing clearing it. So you're getting 2 chests from each. I think you can do it in 8 weeks. But realistically, it's somewhere probably between like 16 and 24 weeks. That's probably like if you're focused on Hydra, that's about where it is. And so when you think about it, that's somewhere between 4 and 6 months. So it is an investment, but like it took me 2 years to get Lydia. So 6 months for Mithrala. She's a better champion than Lydia, and she takes a quarter of the time. Just a great investment. But all right, listen, I've got to call it there because I actually have to go to my other job. So, hey, everybody, thanks so much. Hey, hi on PCP. I should call you something else because I know that's your name. Mave, but thanks.
But call me.
Call you what?
Call me and V.
Me and V.
That's what my username means.
Me and V. Okay, so that's what I'll call you. So yeah, thanks for letting me hang out on your account. Thanks to everybody who let me hang out on their accounts today. That was a lot of fun. Thanks for joining our stream and hanging out. And again, we do it every Tuesday. So if you didn't get a takeover today, but you're hoping for a takeover in the future, make sure to come back around. Make sure that you're a member of our Discord community already so that you can just sign up to the wheel of Takeover every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Now, we also have a Saturday stream. We have moved our Friday stream to Saturday. That is our Noob versus Pro. So, come watch us and hang out with us while we compete against each other. Sun is still kicking my butt, but I'm catching up slowly. So we'll see what happens this week. And that's a lot of fun, especially for all of our clan mates who get really hyped about it. But anyway, thanks so much, everybody, for hanging out. And Sun, you want to say goodbye?
Have a good one, everybody.
All right. Peace.